Josh? Josh?
What's good, everybody? Back with another video. What's good, Blink? What's good, Cody? Shout out to all you guys. And back with another one. Hope if anybody's in Florida, what's good, Angel? Brother Cuts, Rick James, if anybody's in Florida. Hope all is well. A lot of damage is in Florida. Yeah. And this shit is gonna go all up the East Coast, so it's gonna be an interesting few days up to a week, because that's gonna go all up the East Coast, create a lot of flooding, probably as planned. You know, the Great Recess, Mr. Klaus Schwab and the other psychopaths. All right, their big plans. Just look at all the news stories, the mainstream news, how they're talking. It lines up with the Agenda 2030 climate change. So it's all lining up. So hopefully everybody is safe out there. And got all their supplies. A lot of stuff is closed, a lot of damage. So, a lot of people stayed and rode it out. And, even in Kissimmee, there was some flooded neighborhoods and stuff. So all over Florida, there's a lot of damage. Hopefully, our brother Las Valdez is okay. I know for a fact he's in Florida. I know he stayed. He's in Ocala. So, I think the damage, it's just a lot of water. A lot of water. A lot of water. But, yeah. So this ain't going to be a long video. Some people might not like this video. They may say I'm feeding into, things that's going on, but I'm really not feeding into it. I'm just putting a warning out because I don't know what's really up, but it's fall, it's autumn, it's harvest. So some people harvest certain things, some people are harvesting certain things, and there's some people out there harvesting energy. So something to be wary of. As Brother Cuts could give you firsthand account and knowledge, I did go check out the video, and it's these dudes out here. And again, put a disclaimer out there. This isn't hate. This isn't. This is just love and understanding. What's good, LLC approved, but how can I round this off? All right, there's a channel out there. We all know Brian, High Impact Flex. We all know. All right, we all know whether he's a shill or not. We really don't know. That we think is it high probability is, yeah. Shill, whatever you want to call that. I don't really call it shill. He could believe all the shit he actually believes, and it's just he makes money this way, and he does. This is his business, so he does what he does. I don't know what the true definition of a fucking shill is, but nonetheless, it's toxic. It's not. He wakes some people up, but it's a place. It's like CNN, Fox News. You know what I'm saying? So, so this is kind of like not a disclaimer, but a warning, because other people have said, because I got comments, and it's weird. I get comments last night about Cuts, about this other dude. I'd never even heard of him before. I thought it was Zach when I listened to it. Some guy named, what's his name? I thought it was Zach. I'm like, the motherfucker even looks like Zach. Sounds like Zach. It's weird. It's weird ass shit, man. I don't know where the fuck this shit coming from. But I guess the guy's name is Harmful Content. Never heard him in my life. And he's never heard in my life, but they message about him and then someone else. And then I see the alerts, I go look for the comments, they're gone. And this has been happening for like the past week and a half, like comments. And that's why, I've seen Paul Unslaved years ago when all the shit went down, but I didn't see him up until like about 2 weeks ago. So I tune in, check it out. I'm like, oh, okay, that's what's up, man. All right, he's out here doing a little something, from what I found him, from the videos, because that's the type of shit that I'm into, standing up for your rights, law, understanding how to move in this matrix, So like, okay, cool. And I support something like that. And knowing his story, and stuff like that. So I'm like, okay, I'll rock out with it. I'll check him out, But as I stood over there and looked, I tuned in a little bit. I'm like, okay, what the fuck? And I start seeing like, what the fuck is this? And then, it turns into, he had this brother on there giving out good information. I found it from Artie's Corporate Fiction, who's a known troll, shill, lawyer, New York State, supposedly. This is what he does. He's been around. I've actually debated Artie on his channel before, when his early stages about, the whole sovereign citizen crap and all this stuff. And it's a no-win game. It's all entertainment. This is what they do. But anyways, that's how when I first watched Paul again, was with the Artie's Corporate Fiction shit, And he destroyed fucking Artie. He destroyed Artie. And I was like, okay, yeah, I rock out with this brother. But then as I sat there, and what it turned into, I'm like, wait a minute. I'm like, okay, all right. This is just getting weird. You know what I mean? It's just weird. So, I'm like, it's weird. Then the name started getting the buzz because he goes on Brian. Brian pulls him on. Now, keep in mind, Brian's channels are suspended. So he's on the one channel, making content every day. All of it. What Brian's. If you know Brian, you can see and you know exactly what he's doing. He bringing Paul Unslaved because Paul Unslaved's got a buzz among trolling, amongst, that there's mad sovereign citizen bashing channels out there, and they love Paul. He's like their number one scapegoat target guy. So Brian's gonna obviously during this time pull him on the channel. If they have any agreement with funds or whatever, I don't know. But Paul, as he is on his own platform, because he's his own man, his own mind, he speaks from his heart, mind. He is less of that person when he's on Brian's channel. All right. And the thing about it is now you can see where it's like, oh, this is all of it. This could all be, I could be wrong. Don't get me wrong. I could be wrong. Oh, this is all of that now. I'm like, okay, this is an act. I think he'd keep it, more a little bit of a buck. And he did. He threw, Brian doesn't know. He was throwing shots at Brian the whole fucking stream. I understand that guy's mind, Paul's mind, not totally, but from what's being put out, I understand it. I get it, and so he's on his channel, and then I didn't even know until later, because I was like, fuck that, I ain't watching this shit. I ain't got time for this shit. And then later I hear, Zach was on the channel, and I'm like, oh shit. So I go, not Paul, he was on Paul's channel. And after that, some shit, I'm getting it confused. Well, after High Impact Flicks had Paul on, Zach was on Paul's channel. And I didn't know that. Like, I think I did watch. Yeah, I did watch, because they brought someone in the comments, brought up, sorry, it's early, guys. Someone in the comments brought up Zach, and then Brian, laid it all out. Oh, I'm not going to talk about this guy. And then talks about it. Brian, this guy, if people cannot see through, it's like, they attract very low logical thinkers, very low vibrational people that are seeking a person for a savior. All right. So they can't see the obvious. Like we can read all this shit. You know what I'm saying? We can read it all. And, so he was like, yeah, I don't want to say it. And then he does. And then he like goes in and this and that. And then, Paul, and this is where the misunderstanding, this is where it all went wrong, because the way I watch it, I could play it here, to where what he said, because actually Paul did this shit. This is where it all went south. Because Paul did, when the guy said, and then High Impact Flick said what he said, and then Paul was like, basically told the guy, well, why don't you make a channel, bring us on, and we could all, talk it out or whatever, or something like that. He didn't really, that really wasn't negative. You know what I mean? So just go back and watch it. You'll see it actually was a great way, because Brian did try to take Paul there, and Paul, like, he went through it, and then he went on the person who posted a comment and said, look, and then we'll all come together and we'll talk about it, which I think was a neutralizer. It neutralized that whole thing. But, whatever. So the next day, or I think it was the same day, or maybe, I don't know, Zach pops up on his channel, and I'm like, oh, I didn't even know till after the fact. I was like, damn. I even told Zach, I was like, yo, I would have never recommended you going on there, because I already know. I know the two energies of the people. That was going to be an explosion. No matter what, that was going to be an explosion, And then, but we got to control that, So, so that's the backdrop on that. And then what happens? Now Paul realizes, oh shit, Zach's got a big ass following. All right, I'm gonna ride this shit. And that's what's going on in his mind. Is he's like, oh, I'm gonna ride this one. And even Brian, you see him too. He made another video, and he put that whole clip that Paul did on there, and then put his own emphasis, trying to, whatever, which they all got a right to do all the shit that they're doing. Whatever, who gives a fuck? But I'm trying to show people the to just hey, just don't even worry about it. We already get it. They ain't fucking with anything. They're gonna keep doing what they're doing, and we see what they're all about, because he was like, oh man, you should go up there and talk. I was like, listen, for me to go on that dude's channel, do you see his personality? He understands energy. He understands words and how to manipulate them, kind of like a lawyer, but not. So therefore, no matter what is the conversation, it's going to be spun, and it's going to be deflected, and it's going to be twisted and turned. It's going to go down all kind of things, and then he could just hit the mute button. You see what I'm saying? This is what he can do. So, what I'm just trying to tell people is, look, don't even bother. Just don't waste your time with them. They're going to be trolled, and they're coming here and troll. Not troll. They're coming here like, what? I'm like the one guy, Anonymous. I'm like, he was on here the other day, and I seen him around Zach's channel. I'm like, okay. And then there's another guy. I'm like, wait a minute. So they have these guys that go around to other channels and try to disrupt things or whatever, or pretend. And then you see him over there. It's like, what the fuck? This is the same guy that was on here. And I'm like, what kind of funny guy, corny cornball shit is this? I'm like, this is some corny ass shit. This is entertainment. This is and then when you see it, it's like, that's what it is, a satire and entertainment. But he claims he's helping people and doing this, and I'm not, it's like, wow, okay, I get it. All right, if that's what it is, that's what it is. And you see now, the past few days, it's been all about Zach, even both of them. From one thing, I didn't see Zach make any videos. So the way I look at it is, Zach came in there. Now Zach's actually got all the attention. See, people got to really look at what's what. They think they're clowning and doing this and exposing, but actually, they're actually bringing people to Zach's platform. Yes, some might be trolling, but guess what? One person's gonna be like, "Oh my god, this guy makes some sense. These guys over here are fucking jokers. What the fuck is Brian talking about half the time?" They're gonna turn a new leaf. They're gonna be like, "Man, this Paul guy, yeah, he may have some knowledge on things, but I mean, he's regurgitating the same thing, And then cut. We're gonna bring it all back around, and I'm just going through the layers and stuff. I know people probably don't give a fuck, and I shouldn't really be wasting my time, but it's just my time is just don't, because I see other people. Shout out to Sean. He wants to go on it. Don't go on their channel. Don't even bother. Don't even bother with these dudes. It's a pack of, what can I say? Not even hyenas, because hyenas are strategic. It's a pack of, I don't even know what to say. I don't even know what kind of, I can't even compare it to anything. I don't even know what it is, because I look at the people that come on there and I'm like, what the fuck is this shit? I get what he was saying at first, when stuff that he was dropping, but it's like, okay, now you're just Saturday Night Live, CNN talking about a chimpanzee. I get it. It's funny, and people need funny. But I look at the panel and I see guys that was their world before. They watched reality shows, they drunk beer, they partied, and that was their escapism. Now they woke up to some things, and now their new escapism is this guy, Paul Unslaved. So they could actually do the same stuff, regurgitate the same nonsense, create the same behavior, but pretend like they're standing up for something, which is themselves for now. In reality, is they're not, because they're looking to Paul as their savior on the internet. When you really sit back and buckle up and look, I ain't even looking at the cuts. You got to relax. Don't worry about these dudes. The best thing is to just don't worry about it. You know what they are. And cuts went on there last night, and you played right into their hand. I wish you would have hit me up front. I'm like, no, don't do that. Let them be. Let them talk the talk, and you got to just let them be. I mean, if they call you out personally, then Go in there and address it. Say, well, what's up? Get to the basis of it. Like, what's the basis of it? Just like what I'm talking about. I'm telling everybody, don't even go over there. Don't bother, because you see what it's all about. You see what it's all about. Now he makes a video about you and puts you in the forefront, because this is how they're feeding. They're harvesting right now. They need something to go in the winter because people start watching the internet. Brian knows his views goes up. So Paul knows. Him and Paul talk. Brian is a businessman. See, there's a lot I know about Brian, but I won't even expose it because I don't need to. I don't need to, because through my avenues of my connections with people that I associate with, that we're on good terms, I don't need to let everyone know what Brian's actually up to. I don't need to do that. You guys already know what he's up to. Know the backdrops of why he does make the videos he makes, why he did go, and I know all that. Like, to the T. I know all that. And I know why he's helping him and Paul have this thing. Brian don't like Paul. Guys, he don't like Paul. He was in Brian's chat. You shouldn't show the guns on. I got dinged for that. You think Paul gives a fuck? He don't give a fuck. But Brian's in there. You shouldn't do that. You shouldn't do that. Why does he not want him to do that? Because he's using Paul and Paul's using him. They're both using each other. It's like a bad relationship. Yes, exactly, Angel. You let people cut. You're a good brother. You're a cool dude. What they're doing, it shouldn't even affect you. You know what I'm saying? That's why I'm telling people, if it's not affecting you, don't even bother. Let them talk. After a while, Paul's going to be played out. All right? He's going to be played out. People are going to see what it's all about. Real people that go over there, they're like, man, I don't fuck with this shit. This is dumb shit. Yeah, he may know stuff about the law and this. We're going to get into that, because this is what this guy is doing, and he's got the right to do it. If people want to follow it, hey, that's him. He's like a white nature boy at this point, and that's the path that he's going. He uses religion. It'll attract Christians, and he spins the new age twist with it. All right. And an interpretation of, no, this is what the Bible's really saying. And this is what, no, it's not. It's in line with all religions, but he uses the one he knows the most. He's not going to sit up there and spit nothing from the Quran. He's not going to spit nothing from the Bhagavad Gita. He's not going to spit nothing from Buddhism up there. He's not going to do that, because he's not in line with those two Eastern religions. He's in line with the Western religion, which is under law. That's why you see him talk about everything about law and words. Well, he's talking about an English language that is a slave language, where his communication, he doesn't realize, is controlling. This is why he commands his channel, has guys like Anonymous, Snoop saluting to him, and all these guys saluting to him. It's because he's fulfilling a void because of where he came from. That's why, only reason why I respect him. Anyone that can overcome the streets and that shit, that's powerful. But he's using his power in the wrong direction, pretending he's this guy who stands up on. I've been doing this shit for years, even before I was fucking on here. Even though I didn't know what I was doing, I didn't give a fuck about no goddamn cops and all that shit. I didn't give a fuck if I was driving without a license, get stopped. All right, you got me. Give me the tickets or whatever. But over the years, I learned how to deal with this shit. I learned how to understand this shit. I overcame more and more fears of these people to where, do whatever you got to do. When they pull me over, I don't need to ask all these questions. I don't need to do all this stuff. I'm going to do whatever. You guys got to do your job. That's it. I don't even got to talk to you. You know what I don't have. You know what I do have. Let's go from there. Because these people are road pirates. They don't know anything, And shout out to Sean. I saw you in the comments when I watched it over live with the live chat. I was watching. I checked out cuts, and I'm like, that's a play into exactly what they want. They want that. They want to trigger the emotions in you, and that's what Paul wants to do. He knew Zach, so he was waiting, and he knew he could trigger Jack. He could read him. That's why he wants your face on there. He wants to read you, so therefore he can make you trigger. He's gonna pick what you like, what you're doing, and he's gonna, in his calm voice, he's gonna pretend like he's listening, but he's really just reading you. And when he's calm, and people, you can hear in the voice and see facial expressions. You could see that person, you watch the eyes. See, he's a very smart dude. All right. He's a very smart dude. he's using that to his advantage. When you can see all that, you know how you can trigger somebody. You know what I'm saying? You know that. And he was just waiting for the right moment, and he was picking. Pop. And then, him and Brian talked. Him and Brian talked off air about you, about Zach. So he already knew it was a setup. And it was a setup because it was a setup because when you see him clip that video out, he took his time to clip that video out, post it again, and then High Impact Flicks jumped in on it, which he always talks about attacking people. He didn't have to do that. Be the bigger man. Don't worry about it. Obviously, he's worried, or he's not. It's all for clicks, likes, and views, because controversy brings people. Now, next time Zach goes live, watch how many people are watching. Watch how many people come over. And it's good, because the way I look at it as, if I was Zach, like, you guys are paying attention to me. I'm not even making videos. I'm busy with my own life. And see, the same guy that says that, Paul, he's up there talking about, oh, why are people over here worried about me? Well, look what you're doing. They show their hand, guys. He's doing the same exact thing. He's putting his time and energy into Zach. How many times he mentioned Zach after that? How many times? And he's going to talk about it again today. He's going to ride that, He's going to harvest. They're harvesting, He's harvesting. So, this is what these guys are doing, man. They're out here stealing vulnerable people's energy, using it to benefit themselves. All right. And that's what they're doing. So, and like I said, they send people out, like this one Anonymous. You seen him in here. You go, he's like Paul's bitch. You know what I mean? Like, he's like Paul's bitch. I mean, what else can I say? That's all I see. I'm like, damn, dude, you're like his bitch. You like salute this guy. You swing off his nut hairs. You're like swinging from his balls to his ass cheeks and like swinging up and down. And like, I'm like, damn. I'm like, this dude, and this is what they do, man. So he's been watching. He's been going over to Zach's. I seen him in Zach's thing, and it's like, okay, I see. He comes from over at Paul. He's looking for a daddy, So, that's what it is, So all I'm saying is, don't even bother with this dude. Let them talk all the shit. Paul's gonna fade away, all right, because after a while that shit gets boring. So it's all. See, he's funny. He's a funny guy, so and then he twists his Christianity into it. He throws Christianity. He throws big words that most people don't know and understand, and says, he's standing on this. He's a man. A true man stands by himself, which is true. You become true in your own being. This is what you do. But after you progress and past that point, okay, now like minds together. Mind. He talks all the stuff about the Bible. He quotes Bible quotes. He does all this stuff, but he doesn't really, talk about the ones that he is regurgitating out of, the Bible. About unity. And this is why people need to do a better job at explaining unity. I just say we all need to come together. I'm talking about, I think people, I be thinking in my own mind that I understand, but people are thinking that I'm thinking, but I realize, people think I'm saying fucking come together and move in and like, let's have a baby and like, let's have each other over for coffee and tea and all. No, all I'm saying is come together. Great minds come together to create great things. We could be way the fuck over here and we're together. I do this all the time. My website, it's a brother that is from the UK, London, a lot sister up there, all these different people. This is what I mean about making connections. That's all I'm talking about. If we do come together and meet in person, well, that's the benefit, you know. And when you do, you're out off of the internet because of censorship, doing what everybody claims they're trying to do is wake people up. Like, I don't even understand that. I don't even understand how anybody could just dismiss that and just say this is because honestly, they're in fear. Like I watched Paul say, "Oh, I don't want to." You might do that. Well, then you're in fear. You're still in fear, no matter how you spin it. That's a fear tactic. All the shit you've done, and you're gonna. Nobody else should be able to affect you. You stand in your own universe. You know, you stand in your own universe. You stand in your own square. You claim. So why would someone else affect you? You might bring the heat to me or this, and what heat? What are you talking about? And then they say, oh, look at January 6th. It was fucking 1,500,000 people there. The people that were dumb enough to follow the herd and unknowingly follow this false emotion and go in there and do that. Well, that's what happened. The smart ones didn't go nowhere near it. It's like, seriously. So, this is what he portrays. So I'm just going out what he portrays, what I see. And, between him and Brian, they have some pact to where now this is creating a buzz. And, Brian doesn't realize it's hurting what he does. Even having Paul on there from what Brian is at, it's like, dude, you need Paul? Really? For views? That's desperado. I mean, come on. You really need Paul for views? Like, he's like the number one targeted sovereign citizen, which actually is a term. I mean, it's not a term, but it is a term. All right. It's not a legal sovereign citizen term together, but in law, they put terms together. So can a citizen be sovereign? Absolutely. A citizen can be sovereign to a nation that upholds rights. That's how you're sovereign. People get that wrong. People got that twisted. And there's a bunch of shills out here who teach people to be a sovereign citizen, and you get caught up in this verbal nonsense that doesn't even apply in law when the land upholds your right to make you sovereign. The only thing that can be sovereign is land. All right. And how does that land sovereign? It's the occupiers of that land. The people are supposed to be sovereign, and the people are supposed to elect the governments to uphold that sovereignty. All right. That's how it's supposed to be. But no, our country don't run like that. That's why they create, oh, you're a sovereign citizen. In reality is you can be a sovereign citizen, but not the way they spin it. Each human being is sovereign in their own right. So yeah. So this is the thing. All right, let me see. YouTube is a crazy place. It is. It's crazy, man. So I'm just telling people, don't bother going over there to try to get on there, because it ain't gonna turn. It's gonna turn out to where they're gonna try to clown you, and you got to have a strong foundation to where you just don't feed any of that. So it is what it is, man. So, all right. Sorry, I had a little text, but yeah. And then another thing is, it's just like, I mean, what they're doing is they just want to create satire for views. Give me views. I'll portray I'm God on my channel. I'll get followers. They'll salute me. They'll be here every day. They'll yes man me. You got to remember, you got to look at where the man came from. All right. He came from nothing to now. This solidifies his being. So he's in that energy. So he needs this energy. He needs negative, positive. He needs it all. And that's what he's doing. If people can't see that, it's like, damn, if he was to keep it to where he was, true in the heart, you wouldn't see all this. That's how you know it's not true in the heart. He thinks it, he's portraying that, but you know, you can see, through the lines, you know what I'm saying? You can see through the lines. And that's base up. So again, I don't recommend anybody going on there. I don't recommend anybody going on there because you could see where it's all headed. It's all a game. It's all fun, shits, clicks, likes, and giggles. And yeah, he's feeding. They're feeding right now. It's fall. What do you think? This is the energy that's out there. Fall, harvesting, gathering, all his, all the weak souls over there to bow, and that's what he does. He wants people to bow and submit to him. It's a power thing, man, because you got to look where he come from. He comes from being powerless to standing up, finally getting a voice, and he woke up. And I like to call it, it's a baby. He's a baby in this awakening. He's a baby that can't handle all the energy, and this is how he does it. And there's no wrong with smoking, but this is why he's smoking, the way he is, because he's got to control that energy. Bad habits are still there, so the weed is an offset from the mind and the physical. And you know my position on the weed as far as what it's truly doing. All these magical, he knows all these magical words, doesn't understand he's inhaling this to his lungs, which his lungs are your light organ. Lung means light, and you're here clouding up your lungs, with weed, with weed constantly. Maybe this is why he can't see certain things. It might be why he portrays love, but is it truly love? You can see right through it. So Cuts, don't be upset, right, Cuts? And then he uses the Bible. See, you got to think of what he's structured around: law, Bible, all right, New Age principles, all right, which conflict each other, don't make any sense, all right, because he talks about law, he understands the law, Constitution, and all these, all this stuff. But really, you're basically in bondage. You're still in bondage, thinking you're free because you're using law terms, legalese, English, breaking down the English language when you realize English language is a broken slave fucking language, and most of the shit we convey to each other is actually negativity. Though this is what we learned, all right? This is what controlled the tyranny in the world when you actually look at it, all right? When you actually break it all down, this is what controls our reality. And the only ones out of this, all right, the only way out of this is the ones who's been enslaved by the English language, if you look at it, because other languages, they weren't able to do this. You can't really enslave a people's minds with language as easy as they did with the Americans and English languages. Look at all the English countries. They're all ruled by this Roman law. All right. These other countries are ruled by what? All right. They're ruled by straight brute force. All right. They're not truly ruled by law. Eastern civilizations, they're not ruled by law. They're ruled by rulers that lay down whatever the fuck they lay down upon them. Yeah, they have laws, but it's not ruled and structured like we are. We were manipulated into building them up so they can actually conquer the entire fucking world. All right. Because law comes from the, what the fuck is it called? The Hammurabi, whatever the fuck. Hammurabi, some shit. I forgot the name. Hammurabi. All right. I can't pronounce words. You guys know that, but you guys go look it up. The Hammurabi laws. All right. Those are the first structure of laws. And this is where Moses came. This is where the Bible comes from. So remember, he uses unslaved because he's still a slave. How could you be unslaved and still be a slave? Think about it. Thinking about it. No, it's not Harambe. It's I think it's Hammurabi or something. It's like Hammurabi or some shit. But look it up. I mean, it is what it is. It's the code, right? It's the code. That's where the code comes from. We're ruled by code here. Constitution, code. We're ruled by code. All right. We're not ruled by first you have code, which comes from Hammurabi, well, however you say Hammurabi, all right, which then goes into um the Bible, and then goes into Roman law. So it's all raw, and this is where his mind is structured around. So he's still enslaved. So Paul is still enslaved, guys, because this is what he structures around. He's using what? Religion, and he's using law. He's still in bondage. All right. He got caught up in the wet, and he talks about nature. All right. When you learn this, he'll come past it. Like I said, he's a baby in this awakening. I woke up, around the same age, 33, 32. He'll overcome that. He'll move past that. He'll understand the law while we have the law, and understand it. He claims common law, common law, common law. But you speak on code law. You speak with code. You're using the Bible. It's coded. It was made by a ruler. The ruler laid down the code. All right. See, when you study Eastern philosophy, Eastern medicine, Eastern netter, all right, nature, that it was not ruled by law is only experienced when it comes to the West. All right. When it comes to the West, because before that, they understood the closest thing to law is British law, which is common law. It's man law. It's when a group of people get together and say, okay, this happened for this gentleman. And this is where Roman law and the law we have today stems from. That's why you have a trial by your peers, which they erased. And so people could come together and say, okay, and they made it codified. But if it was back in, common law, people would come together and say, okay, let's judge. They judge the human being, the human, the one person. All right. People ask, oh, person means this, mean that. No, look what it really means. They letting you know you're a piece of the sun. That's why you're called person. All right. That's where it really comes from. And that's where it really goes to in law, but they have manipulated and twisted it into codes. And a ruler makes codes. All right. Roman law. All right. The Bible. And then what do they do over here? People say, oh, no, we need to live by the law of nature. What the fuck are you talking about? There's no law in nature. No matter how many you want to spin it, science created that, because science embedded law into it. And we were taught that. There's no law in fucking nature. Nature does what it does. The only way you could truly observe nature is with your simplest fucking mind ever. All right. Because they incorporated science, and they used a ruler. They use measurements. All right. And they use time. That's all man's fucking creation. Think about it. That's all man's creation. Ain't no laws in no fucking nature. They taught us that. That's some Western shit. When you go into the Eastern philosophy, they don't teach that's how nature is. When you observe nature, this is why they still use natural medicine. This is why they still use natural healing. No, we was taught different over here. All right. There's a reason. I don't know. We may be a people we may be the Israelites. We may be the true people. That's why they had to have this language to enslave us, because maybe our minds were the ones that were going to open. However the fuck we got here, And this is what, going back to him, this is where his mind is at. It's stuck in a Western philosophy where it really has no basis. When you trace it down, it goes into the Eastern understandings. All right. There ain't no fucking law in nature. Nature does what it does. Man put laws in nature. Nature is doing every moment of every so-called man second. All right. As above, so below, inside as out. Look above you. And he says this all the time. He don't even know what the fuck that means. He don't know what the fuck that shit means. As above, so below. That's the clock above us, and it's in us below. Our body operates off a clock. Our circadian rhythm, it operates off that. Our body does certain things at the certain times of the day, all hours of the day. And then it goes back into why people slept in tombs, because your body, you leave your body. All right. We don't leave our body. Some of us, we've done it. We all done it. We all go. We all gain knowledge. All right. A lot of us do in our sleep. All right. Your body's full potential in your mind and your being of separation is total darkness and total isolation of this reality. That's why people slept in hyperbaric chambers, totally cut off from sound, totally cut off from light, because and in those realms, light comes to you. There is no darkness. All right. Your body goes into darkness and everything else lights up because you go into your sleep. Your body sets off, releases melatonin. You go into a state of sleep. Any speck of light disrupts that. I don't even practice this, but I'm just telling you what it is, you know, and I can't do it because of the ringing. All right. I can't do it because of the frequency is so strong. The ringing, it drives me fucking insane, you know? Hold on, guys. I got to take one quick second. So while I take this break, you know, stay away from these dudes. They're going to suck your energy. They claim they're, chasing a demon away or all this other stuff. No, they're just triggering their emotion in you. That's what they're really doing. They're triggering what they feel in you. All right. They're just offshooting it and spinning it. All right. They see the heart and they're like, okay, I see his heart. This dude has heart. I don't have this heart. I claim I do. I pretend I do. I don't really have this heart. I have this heart for myself. I don't have it for others. So I'm about to tear this dude down. That's what the fuck they're doing, man. What's good, Mexican righteous? That's what they're doing. So let's take one quick break. Exactly, Millie. They're energy vampires. So that's exactly right. They are energy vampires. Yeah, it is divided, man, but this is what they do. They're dividers. They're not about coming together. They're not about, Brian ain't about doing nothing. He's not about coming together as a collective mind. He don't want to do that. He needs it all for himself. He's afraid of losing subscribers. He's afraid of, okay, this guy does this. That's a little deep. I don't do that. So no, he's been accused of doing many things. Like, he's been accused of doing many things. I gotta take a walk, man. I gotta get some of this beautiful sunlight. But he's accused of doing things, leaving shit out of the story, stuff like that. Just to because it might have been too much, but he wanted to report on it, but he leaves little things out. So, I mean, it is what it is, guys. And the Paul guy, he'll grow. He, like I said, he's a baby in this awakening, but I do give him props for where he came, overcoming the streets, drugs, and stuff like this. But he's got this big head now, this big, I don't like to use the word ego because, I mean, we're supposed to have that, but he's just, high and mighty now, and everybody's got to bow to him, and he's using the Bible. He's like this some type of Christ being, and he's living that. It's pretty crazy. But I'm just telling warn people of going in there, without your strap on. You got to be strapped. You got to have a side arm, a shoulder arm, some flak jacket, and you need a gas mask. You know, because the shit they be talking about, that just some weirdo shit. That's why you don't see too many brothers up on there. Not that it's a race thing, but it just is what it is. These dudes are up here playing. You know, so, but this video is just a calling. I know Sean, you wanted to go on to try to. It ain't gonna work, man. They're gonna try to intimidate you. You're gonna use his panel to throw shots, all kind of shit. You know, and cuts. Yeah, you should have stayed out of the den. You got to go in there fully cocked, rocked, and ready to rock. You know, but yeah, this is what he's doing, man. You know, and he speaks from a slave mentality. That's why unbeknownst to him, he put the fucking name up. He's got to say he's unslaved because he's actually truly slaved in his mind, and he thinks that he's free and standing on something, but really he's standing on nothing, because his accolades is how many times he's been arrested and property stolen. That ain't a good track record. That's some dumb, ignorant, stupid shit. That's nothing to be proud of. That means you failed at many things. And I checked out some of the older videos where he was refused to make entry because of a mask. Y'all know what I did here in Rochester. They removed that shit. They removed that shit. I did follow-up videos. I even posted talking to the cop. He told me whatever I did, thank you. And he thanked me. That's real, doing real shit, standing on your fucking square, not getting arrested. And, I was standing up. If I believe in it, I'm standing up. I mean, listen to the shit that he's saying. You'll understand, like, yo, no, we ain't supposed to be doing that shit. That shit is dangerous. That's just extra shit. And he's saying, if I go to prison for this, and as long as I know I'm true in my heart, how do you even know you're on the right path of understanding their laws, rules, regulations, codes, and statutes? How do you even know that? You don't know that. You're in the wrong venue. You know what I'm saying? People think they understand this law. I don't even understand it. It's science, man. Every case is different. Every case is different. Just like I was saying before I took a break. It's supposed to be common law, common man. British law is the closest thing we got, to that. And that's when men get together and judge the person, the character, what he's done, and then they go like that among common men. Well, this is what we should do. You know, this is what it's supposed to be. Not, he's out there spewing religion, which is a ruler. All right, so somewhere along the line, there's a ruler, and he says, I just use that. I get it, but then you use law, legalese, and all these words in the English language. That's a broken language, because guess what? These words aren't even in other languages. They don't even have these words. I know this because learning Chinese. They don't even have words for this shit. Let you know it's a slave prison fucking language. This is how they enslaved countries into fucked up contracts. And this is what we trying to tear down. Because it says this word in their language, it don't mean that word. Well, we thought it meant this. No, give us your shit, bitch. This is what they did to the natives. And that's the thing. Where do you come from? Where are you tied to? you know. And it's just wild, man, to see this stuff. That's why I say stay out of their shit. And I want to give my point of view, all right, which I could be totally fucking wrong or I could be totally right. Who gives a fuck? I don't care. I can stand on what I say. It doesn't bother me. I wouldn't be unhinged, rattled, or anything because I don't give a fuck, you know. And yeah, let me read some comments real quick. The internet have over a dozen words for snow. Exactly. The Bible's been changed. Exactly. Exactly. You know, he just putting the Bible into how he feels it should be, and he knows Christians are going to come over there, you know, and he has a pact with Brian, and they go time to time. Brian probably breaks him off with a little bit of bread, and come on, Paul, now Brian's in it, and guess what? Guess who's winning at the end? Zach. In all honesty, when you look at it, in reality, Zach's winning because they're paying attention to Zach. He's on there spewing. Oh, they don't want to talk about Brian. Brian and Paul said they don't want to talk about it. Paul says all the time, uh, you're over here on my stream talking about some other man or da da da. I don't do that. Come on, man. Look what's in front of you. His own viewers are under brainwashing. See, people wake up and go to sleep. Like I said, he's a baby in this awakening. He'll overcome that. He'll break out of that. He'll actually start to try to do something instead of just doing for himself and being self-centered and selfish. Oh, I wish you could see these birds. I could almost pick them up. Hold on. Look at the birds. You know? But I'm up here at the reservoir, cold as a bitch. And I ain't even got on no goddamn coat. But it's sun out, so I can't complain. Sun's out. I'm happy. I'm smiling. So again, stay away from these jokers. If you want to go watch entertainment, get a laugh. Hey, that's what it's there for. But doing anything, he claims to be helping people. He might, and he probably is, because there are some people living in fear, and they might need a guy like that. Says, hey, you know what? I'm gonna drive without a license, or I'm gonna stand up when I go to court. And hey, you better be ready to make that path, because I done been shot down and buried and rolled over, because we got to face it, we're living in their shit. And that's another thing is, he claims, he's an ordained minister. Anybody can be an ordained minister. That doesn't mean you're any special treatment. That's another thing. I've been in this paperwork game for fucking years. I done learned it all. Like, not learn it off, but learned all the little process, right? And I know there's shit you do, and there's shit that you don't do. All right. I know this stuff. All right. There's shit that absolutely 100% does work. But guess what? At the end of the day, just like with anything else, when tyranny says, fuck that, ain't shit you can do. Ain't nothing. These people take over countries with bombs, missiles, and guns. They take over entire countries. So you think you're one little person with paperwork is safe? No, they will do whatever they got to do. They don't give a fuck at the end of the day. You know, that's the thing. People are still in slavery, all right, in their mind, but in this physical world, they think somehow they done overcame it and they're free. You're the same fucking person in the same situation, but just have a better understanding about the situation. That's all it is. Because I'm a fucking slave. We all slaves. If anybody says they're not a slave, they're lying to themselves. So for him to even have unslaved is nonsense. Because getting arrested is like me saying, yeah, man, I was on a block. I've been on the streets. I did this. I gang banged. I did this. I stole. I robbed. I shot. I sold drugs. And that's how I got in this bitch. I'm doing 25 years of life. Well, guess what? You's a dumb motherfucker, because you know what you're telling me? I'm so stupid and so fucked up that I was destroying everything around me. And then I was actually dumb enough to get caught doing it. That don't even make any sense. You know? That doesn't even make any sense. That's not like, that's street cred is how many times you got arrested and your vehicle's impounded and all this other stuff. That's because you stood up and you did this. What? What the fuck? I don't get this logic. And then people that go over there think that, oh yeah, yeah, Paul, they're saluting this dude, man. Go watch that shit. They salute this motherfucker. Like if that ain't some people want to talk about, I don't even want to use that word, but that is some fucking bow to me, I'm the king, you're the bitch type shit, cuts people off. I'm talking, like people just sit there and like, yo, what the fuck? You got to be kidding me. I went on there. They were talking about vegan shit. Like, this was when I was like, okay, Paul, I fucks with Paul. I fuck with you, man. Because he did some same type of process. I don't know if you guys know Thomas Humphrey, but Thomas Humphrey's a cool ass, humble motherfucker. This motherfucker rolled around the entire nation showing everybody how to stand up, do it. He's into religion, but he's not this crap. you know, and he done fell, had to live in his van. Good dude. Talk to him. I haven't talked to him in a while, but he's the one that took the Mr. 19 vaccine, walked in that bitch, clean, said, yo, is this mine? This mine? Yeah, that's yours. Okay. All right. It's mine, right? You sure it's mine? And walked out twice, did it, you know? And this dude does the same shit, does the same processes. He's an ordained minister. I think it might be with the same church. I think Paul might have got some things from him. I don't know. But he shows you how to do it. He's lost his vehicle before and had to get it out, had to get another one. But he's the same thing. He's a humble guy though. He's a humble guy, you know. And I respect that. But this is some clown fucking this is some clown shit. That's why I say just stay away from there. Stay away. You know? Stay away. Stay away from over there in the dens of I don't know what to call them, man. A pack of fucking, I don't know. Even the people on the panel, they just like praise him and talk weirdo shit and like sexual innuendos and just all kind of like weirdo shit. You know how you be with some people and they like this weird, they be like making these weird ass jokes. And you're like, yo, you some fucking weirdos, yo. I don't want to be around no weirdos like that. Like, come on, man. It's crazy. But so hopefully this is a better understanding. So if people that rock out with me come across this dude and trigger somehow, think about what I said. That's the whole thing. Because this is what they do. It's like a casino. It's gonna rob the fuck out you. You might get lucky one day, but you keep going back, they're gonna break you every fucking time. It's just pointless. They rule that casino. They watch. They think they understand the law. Honestly, I don't really think they do. Um, you spending all this time with the satire. I mean, shit. You could be. You claim you want to help people. You could be just sitting there helping people. They'll pay you. You got a gullible crew. They'll pay you to do it. You know, and that's why I do what I do because I'm like, okay. I mean, that's why I want to do what I want to do because I want to share this shit. Like, yo, this shit worked. Here, try it. This is how I did it. Hey, you gotta stand on that. There's some shit you gotta stand on. But this is what is what. Do your research, and if it lines up, hey, use it. Ain't nothing wrong with that. You know. And he let me read some comments. I mean, yeah, he could be there. I mean, we could say whatever we want. We don't truly know. He could be one of those guys that are there to just, okay, look, motherfucker, you got in trouble. We're gonna put you on YouTube. You join up with Brian because somewhere Brian got in trouble. We just don't know about it. Maybe I don't know. I'm just hypothetically speaking because anything's possible in the upside down, in the inversion. And you know what? That's another thing. He was talking about inverted society. That's why he uses satire and all that. Well, look what he's saying. All right. He's slickly telling you what he's doing. You're grading everybody that's there. All right. You're his slaves, his bitches, his little peons, and he runs shit, and you come here to watch him, and you're going to listen and obey whatever he says. If not, he's going to slay you and trash you, and that's what he does. you know and that's what he attracts: weak fucking people, really weak fucking people, man. you know Once I saw that, I'm like, yeah, I don't subscribe to this shit. And then Brian and him pity packing, like he brought Brian down to his level. Brian, listen, if Brian was smart and he's worried about money, this dude, if he played his cards right, he has no business sense whatsoever. This motherfucker would never have to worry about a dollar again in his life if he just did it right. You know, he wouldn't even have to be on YouTube. He can go do what Richie from Boston did. And that's one thing about whatever you say about Richie from Boston. He made his shit a fucking business, and he's doing well. All right, he's doing very well. You know, and you know, I mean, like I said, Paul, he gonna fade away. He's gonna fade away because people will get tired of. He'll switch it up once he realizes that he don't grow no more, and he got the same motherfuckers coming over there just hoopity hollering with the satire bullshit. And it could be doing much better. I think Brian's doing fine. No, he could be doing much better where he ain't got to worry about it. You don't understand. Brian worries about his income, which is YouTube. This is why you'll see him doing what he's doing. You know, I watched both y'all. Brian did a video about him driving off from a traffic stop with his car. That's how it all started with them too. Oh, all right. I think Brian's doing just fine. So, yeah, man. Just be I just make this video and as fair warning to people that try to go over there and you know think you're gonna talk them into anything. That ain't happening. Yeah, you just stop feeding the fucking thing. But like I said, who's winning? Zach is winning because they're paying attention to him now. See, they talked all that shit and did all that rah rah rah. But anyone with a rational thinking mind would be like, what the fuck? Y'all giving him attention? Y'all actually bringing more people to watch him and view his eyes. You know, I mean, view his channels. Who's this Zach guy? I don't even know who he is. They might check it out and be like, damn, that's interesting. I never knew that. And then fuck you, you don't actually sent him what he's looking for. You know, so hey man, it's a win-win in my book. They both won. There's no losers. His thing, but oh look at he's this, and then they're like, oh he was doing the 666 sign. Like these people are very very low intellect. And then they think 666 is some evil shit or something. They don't understand. Like these people are very low in understanding. That's why they attract to a guy like Paul. He's their savior and Lord, and you know they all like, you know we like the Jesus Christ thing, but we don't like how it's ran because we're fucking too lazy. But we could settle for this. We can be who we are. We can like the Bible, and yeah, fuck that shit. We can swear. We could do whatever we want. We could still be religious. We could still hold on to that false belief, and we could stand up now because he given us power and energy. He ain't doing shit. He's showing you how stupid you fucking are. That's exactly what he's doing. He's so fucking, he's portraying himself to be so stupid by being satire that he's falling down to your level. Motherfucker is smart, man. This is a smart dude. He's been on the street, so he know how to hustle some shit, and he hustling y'all. He's portraying this guy. He's so intelligent, but he's actually reflecting himself through you and dumbing you the fuck down, thinking that you're doing something and standing on your own 2 feet. All right. Meanwhile, he's clowning you. All right, sucking your energy. You know, that's what he's doing. He's sucking everybody's energy out of there. That's why he can go for so long and these motherfuckers be right there, you know? So, hey, it is what it is, man. Let me read some comments. All right. Sarah, Rolla, honestly, I don't care about all four of your spabos. You all four bring some good, true community. Yeah. I'm not having a squabble. This is just a fair warning. Just like the title says, I don't squabble with. I'm not squabbling with him. Or Brian and shit. It is what it is. We get it. You know. Citizen anti-federal constitutionally is actually pretty close to anarchism and liberalism. I don't know what that means. Power of the mind was good. That's funny how people who follow Zach are. I haven't heard people tell Zach he's like Christ too. Yeah, some people do say that, and it's like, okay. I'm like, y'all just, and that's, hey, people feel that way. Like I said, man, everyone's looking for some type of savior, And you guys know, Zach and me, we cool as fuck, Fuck all the outside shit. Zach and me, cool as a bitch. I know, from a personal standpoint, the amount of time I spent with him, man, shit, he's the brother. I read him, you know. It's really in him. What he's doing is really in him, you know. It's something that is definitely in him. So, but Zach's actually trying to do something. He puts his time and energy into it and his heart. And right now, it's stressful for him. Plus, it's fall. It's harvesting time. This is where a lot of a lot of this is when seasonal, like the sun goes. So we're all gonna be going through some shit. You know, it's cleansing time. Hold on 1 second, guys. I gotta take this real quick. Sorry, y'all. I had to take a nature call. But anyways, let's see where we at. Name. Wait. I think you should go back. Where's that? Was that saying so? Helps to actually read the words. Liberalism. Yeah, Citizen Broadcast. I don't know what you're referring to. So I just, when you're reading all these comments and talking, I mean, sometimes you got to be more. I see words and I'm like, okay. And you guys know I'm not a good reader. I'm not a good pronouncer of words. I say that all the time. But Zach is not saying about himself. That's the difference. I think you should go back and watch Paul's stream. When it all happened, he could have just agreed to disagree with all the man calling. It was really interesting to see that side him, name calling. I don't listen to that no more. Too much drama. I don't know what recently happened, but I like. Thanks, appreciate you. I mean, you could. Hey, people got their own shit to deal with. Frustrations boil over. That's why you guys see what I mean. The shit's sitting right here. This is what it's all about. I mean, it don't get any fucking more simple than this. For one who has conquered his mind, a mind is best of friends. But for one who has failed to do so, a mind is the greatest enemy. You know? That's why I could fuck with people that hate each other. Because my mind, you know, I haven't conquered my mind. I'm in the process of working my mind towards conquering it. You know how you can conquer a video game? You know, I've been always one of them people that if I played a video game, I want to see the credits roll. I'm gonna play that bitch, and I want to see the credits rolling. I ain't happy. I don't give a fuck who the enemy was. I'm not cheering until I see the goddamn credits roll. That means I conquered the shit. Because it might be another enemy pop up. Sorry, Mario, but your princess is in another castle. What the fuck? I thought I beat this shit. you know? So I'm one of them people. Everything's a competition. I don't let my kids beat me. I don't give a goddamn. That's how they learn. Because then they'll grow up. Shit, I ain't letting my kids beat me. I ain't letting nobody beat me. That's how you're supposed to be. It's you. It's the universe. And you're the only one that can operate the same space at the same time. Nobody else can come in your space. That's real law, you know? Your space is you. Nobody can fuck with it, touch it, bother it. That's cosmic law. We even put laws on that shit, you know? So, all right, let me read some more comments. All right, let's see. I like to do podcast. Don't listen. Okay, where is it? Mark, Miss Brooks. Zach does not make himself an idol. You've seen too much on Zach that shows Zach is only here to make money. No, that ain't true. You know, that's not true. I mean, money is just a benefit of what he. Hey, look, if I were on YouTube and I could make money, and that's how I made my living, and I had nothing else, this is my job. It's still in my heart, but shit. I mean, if that's what they're doing, I don't. I've been out of that. I don't care who makes money. I don't even care. You know, because in life you're supposed to be rewarded for your works. All right, whether it's through monetary, whether it's through energy, whether it's through acquiring things, whether it's through just universal, what you put out comes back. I mean, you have to open up the door. Somebody told me that many times. He's like, yo, man, I'm trying to give you a fucking donation. I'm like, yo, I don't need a man. When a spiritual brother's like, yo, you're supposed to receive. And the thing about it, I gave this knowledge to another brother. And shout out to him, New Life Tools. Go check his channel out. Big channel. When he was doing it, I'm like, yo, man, do your shit more. And he's from Rochester. New Life Tools, good spiritual brother. He done blew my mind plenty of times. But he was like, I was like, yo, man, you don't need to be doing this job. What he was doing, I was like, yo, you need to be doing what you're doing because listen, this is your gift, man. You was a good brother. And some of my pieces he made, And I'm like, yo, one day you ain't got to worry about what you're doing, man. You're never going to have to worry about finances ever again because what you put out going to come back and you'll be provided for. And look today, right now, he's doing what he does and all the blessings coming to him. So I can't never knock that shit. I even told him like, yo, you ain't got to worry about that. And when I seen him, times like, yo, man, yeah, man, remember you told me like, yo, shit, I'm doing good, man. I'm like, word. And I checked out the channel. I'm like, wow. I said, see, this is your purpose right here. You'll be rewarded. We in a different time, man. We in a different time that people still don't even understand yet. People don't understand what kind of time we are. That's why they hate unity. These people hate unity because we're in a time where it's time to collect the minds. They talk about cosmic consciousness and consciousness of collect. Yeah, we collective minds come together. Well, guess what? We're living in a physical fucking reality. So at some point, the physical got to come together. It just has to. Minds, yeah, they can come together. What are we going to create? A fucking AI computer that could, what are we going to do? Our conscious mind come together. We're all going to sit on YouTube and Instagram and, BitChute and whatever the fuck other platform and sit there and create an AI computer to combat all the shit coming at us? No, we got to come together and say, look, man, we got this, we got that. Listen, the job is to enlighten each other minds. That's why we're so dangerous. Mr. 19, come on, man. What was it about? They told us 6 feet apart, wear a diaper, stay the fuck home. Get this injection. That should tell you. And they even gave you the feet because your energy field is like a 6-foot radius, 360 all around you. When they said that should alarm anybody. Like, yo. So when people are in the house or they're on the internet, I get it. Everybody don't want to, but at some point people are going to realize like, damn, man, fuck, he was talking about a long time ago. That shit makes sense because I feel like I got to, you know? And people don't feel that energy till you're around the energy. Then you really know, like, yo, this is the purpose. It's the purpose because you feel it. You can't see what I'm talking about. It's something you got to feel and experience. Once you do that, shit, it's game over, you know? It's game over. So, you know, but yeah, I don't know what I was talking about because I got discombobulated. All right, let me see what's up. All right, Mexican righteous. Yo, did you hear what Biden said about people should get vaccinated right now? In Florida during the hurt? Are you fucking kidding me? He said that? Wow. Mexican righteous. Let me see. Saw a comment back here. Do a podcast about all the truth community. X Zach. Fake right. Yeah, that'd be an interesting panel. I've thought about that, but Brian won't do it because it'll fuck up his image. Um, he may do it, but I don't think he would because he's the throwing ad hominems guy. He's the throwing ad hominem guy. Yeah, I can't even pronounce the fucking word that he's saying. People does, but yeah, he does it. Doesn't even make any sense, you know. And this is crazy. People go to bat for him like they do. He's their idol. Seen too much on Zach to show Zach is on here. Oh, that's what I already talked about. That. Not that I trust screenshots, but he was very self-righteous in text. If the text Brian released are true, shaming Brian for not responding to some of the previous texts, Zach started a home bully. I remember he keep a lookout. You're right. Thank you, Angel. The citizens at citizen that Paul was saying. Oh shit. If the screenshot are true, Zach's Omega hijack means anything. Amy Gilda hijack means anything. I say Zach has some self-healing to do. Not true at all. He's been shut down. The value of the world, there's vulnerability. Life is a test. When fighting monsters, it's important not to become monsters ourselves. All right, I'm getting caught up. My channel has almost been all the groupies hanging out. I've been doing the same thing, and nothing ever changed. So whatever goes on in the comment, that's resides with you because I still do the same thing that I've been doing. I mean, not the same thing. Obviously, always different, but nothing's ever changed with me. So it must be just the comments. You gotta stay. Sometimes you gotta stay at the comment. There's a lot of times where I was just like, I don't even read the fucking comments. You know, I'll just look at a couple people that I know, but it'd be shit going on. I just stay the fuck out of it. Remember, for the one who has conquered his mind, mine is his best friend. All right. But for the one who has failed to do so, a mind is the greatest enemy. So I've learned a long time ago that if we pay attention to it, we are doing what? Paying for it. We pay attention. So if we're pay attention, we're paying for the attention. And that attention only can come back to us because it ain't going to the other person. You know, that's what we got to realize. Reflections, you know? So, all right, let's see. All right. Can't read and Miguelda. No, man. I told you, I'm not, you know, hey, you're smarter than me. I don't care. I have a education in the slave system that, you know, I wasn't educated on all this shit, you know, never claimed to have been. So, no, I don't understand the fucking word. But Brian gave a shout out to my friend's channel, Cobbs, checking on a public service. It was cool. My friend suspected Brian stole one of his videos and put it on his own, shaking my head. You're right, Mexican Righteous. If anybody don't know, go to Mexican Righteous channel. Then you'll know what he's talking about. So, yes. But, yeah. So, again, man, watch. just don't feed these guys. You know, I know it's tough for some people, but that's just controlling your own emotions, you know? So we got to know, hey, we control our emotions because that's what they try to exploit. You know, they try to exploit it, and they feed. If they're energy feeders, if they're vampires, right? They looking for that. Like that's what they want. They don't care about nothing else. They got Zach to flip. They got fucking cuts to flip. That's what they feed off of. So that's how you know that's what they enjoy. You know, and they say, oh, no, they actually enjoy trolling because they troll them. They're trolls. You know, with the facade of law. I don't understand this. I stand this, and you know, God. I'm Jesus. I'm the Christ. I'm this. I'm that. What the fuck? So you're in bondage. That's why the name is Unslaved, because unbeknownst to him, he's still slaved, you know? So he's actually still in bondage. You know, he actually put the word in his name, you know? That's why I use what I use. Yeah, right. The Matrix. Because yeah, I'm in the motherfucking Matrix. I know it at all times. I know it. Because I could smell it, I could feel it, I could see it, you know, I understand it. So, you know, it's the same concept. I'm not gonna have yeah right is not a slave anymore. Hell no. I know what this is. Or yeah right is out of the matrix. Hell no. Only time I leave the matrix is when I'm asleep, and still then there's nights where I'm in the matrix still, because people don't realize they control this reality and our dream realm. People don't dream. You know, you're supposed to be dreaming. You're supposed to be gathering knowledge, information in your sleep. You're supposed to wake up with knowledge. All right. You're supposed to wake up understanding, you know, understanding things. Your mind sometimes will wake you up and it'll be racing and you're like, I can't go to sleep. I can't go to sleep. Well, what's happened is your mind is actually searching for information, you know? Your mind is searching for information. All right. So, all right. We are the Messiah if we choose to be. We are, I mean, the way I put it is we are gods. People don't like to hear that one, but I mean, that's what it is. We are gods. Each and every one of us are gods. So, and people say, "Oh, you can't put a name on what is what." You know, we call it God, but we can't put a name on it. And if we come from the Creator, we are the creation. So, I mean, even the Bible says it all through the Bible. You know, it says it all through other texts. We are, we are it. Allah, arm, leg, arm, head. Same shit in there, you know? So even the law, per son, you know? Per son. They always use that one. Person. Oh my God. Person. Well, per son. How the hell the word got son in it? That ain't by accident. So, you know, again, uh, believing in somebody coming to save you or some power, unseen force is a form of bondage. You know, it is. You know, we are creators. I mean, come on. You could only observe God anyway by opening your motherfucking eyeballs. You know, observing this reality is the only way you can observe God. And if you don't observe the book, how could you know what is what? If you have the interpretation of the fucking Bible, what if you can't read? You know, what do you mean to tell me you're not a part of God because you didn't read a book? That doesn't even make sense. Logic, you know, that makes no sense. You know what? You know how much sense it makes? It makes so much no sense that it actually makes sense, if that makes sense. So, yeah. So, shout out to all the people in Florida, you know. Oh, man. Yeah, examination of the world is a trap of the world. That's right. This is where it's at. You observe this shit, you start to figure it all out. You know, you get out here, get in there, you start to figure it all out and understand it better. So, you know, we are creators. Everything that's in our life right now, we created it. You know, every thought that comes to fruition and that we bring into our reality and we get it, whether we're cooking food, whether we're out there, you know, doing whatever, we create that, you know? I mean, there's not, how could anybody deny that we ain't a creator? I mean, come on. They want to take our artistic abilities away, all of our consciousness away because we create. They don't want creators. They want followers, mindless idiots. You know, they don't want creative thinkers, creative minds. They don't need that. They only needed it to build themselves up. Now they don't need it no more. And that's why they come out like Yuval Harari and tell us that we're the people that believe in the religion, you know, like, you know, whatever. He's telling you, bitch, y'all stupid. Y'all fell for it. Game's over. We're going to give you another religion. And it's going to be even fucking dumber than that one, you know? We told you in the book what it was. You couldn't even figure it out. We gave you the simplest fucking understanding ever, and you still couldn't figure it out. Because everything that I'm saying is actually in the damn book, you know? So, man, you're misunderstanding the Krishna teachings. Now we're quoting George Carlin. Oh, okay, send us to your channel. Teach us everything, you know? So, all right, what do we got? You're right. The fight is not with flesh and blood. Absolutely. So, hold on 1 second. I got to take this phone call. All right, guys, back. So, yeah, thanks, Power of the Mind. So, yeah, so to wind it all back, man, you know, stay away from these energy vampires because it's clear as day what they're doing. Um, and, you know, I mean, you can see the hypocritical nonsense, you know, just for people. Sean, you still here, you watch this later. Don't even bother with them dudes, man. Anybody else try to go over there and talk some sense into them, you know, they don't want to, they, they have their clique. They have their followers. That's where they want to be. And that's the compartment they want to be in their mind. You know, I've never been in the cliques and likes and, you know, all that other shit. You know, I come here to wake one mind up or one person up and Get the fuck off these platforms, you know? Because you got to think about it. People talk all this shit about, you know, coming together and this and that. And, you know, because they've been washed, you know? We've been totally brainwashed out of the reality of being fucking human. I mean, how the fuck did human beings exist pre 2000 and what time when did YouTube start? 2007 or 6 or some shit like that. 5, 4 or whatever the fuck it started. How did humans exist? How did they, you know, how did they build? How did they, you know, how was people that were awake? How'd they do it? You know, obviously at some point some people were together. You know what I mean? There were some people that were together. You know, you look back at Bill Cooper and Jordan Maxwell, they were having seminars. Like minds were coming to them. Wasn't fucking YouTube, wasn't fucking Facebook, wasn't none of this shit. But people have been so lost and I'm not gathering nobody. I'm God, I'm Spirit Almighty. Man, fuck that. People are all this and that. I don't, you know, I'm God, you know? And you come here to me and bow to me and salute me, and you know we're gonna fucking sit here and just clown all day on a camera, on a black screen mirror. You know, we're just gonna clown all day. You know, it's gonna do it. We're gonna be unslaved, and we're gonna do impact videos, and you know we're gonna say, here's the deal. This is what's going on. We need to come together. We need to stop this. We need to do this, that, and this, and then not do nothing. Oh, censorship and this and that, and just forgot about the foundations of what we are, you know. And they knew this. This is why they had to do this, because we're scattered all over the place, you know. So you can't do it in your own community. Now you're the crazy guy. You go out, you try it, you know. And that's another thing. Give Zach credit. He tried in his own damn community for how long? Every fucking day. Got shit shot at him, you know, risking his life out there, cold, windy. And that's a guy that's a shill and in it for the money and this and that. And he's out there by him fucking self, having shit thrown at him, spit, you know, all kind of shit, risking his life on the corner. That's some dangerous ass shit. Anybody that didn't like him could have did anything over there. You know, that's the thing that, you know, people forget. They have short-term memory loss. Like, I look at shit like that. Like, that man stood out there day in and day out for how long? And, you know, tried at least something, man. Just tried to do something, you know, bring awareness to something, you know. And, you know, I said to myself, I said, you know what? I got to meet that guy in person, you know, because like everybody, you question shit. So I'm like, you know, I got to meet my brother. You know, I got to meet him. And once I did, I'm like, he's different. I'm like, man, he's way different. Like, he's that humble ass guy you saw out there on the street helping everybody out. He tell you the stories about some of these people. They burnt him, you know. People call and help him. He helps them all the time. He don't get on the fucking internet, say who he helped, how much he helped somebody out, and they fucked him over. And then you wonder why sometimes he gets angry. And I understand. See, I understand. That's why people could come here and say, well, how can you explain this? I don't got to explain shit. That's that man. You know, I can only tell you what I observed. You know, I just have a different way of looking at everything. I hear all the stuff. I say, okay, let me rationalize that in my mind. Have I seen that? Has that happened to me? And then I weigh on what I seen. Oh, what I see from him. You know, he's helped a lot of fucking people out. You know, is Miss Brooks a bot? I don't know. Wouldn't. Wait. How much have you actually watched Boss? Unlike me, I don't know who's talking to who. Oh man, who's talking to two? I don't know who's talking to who. But I left this here. If anybody wants to come on and oh shit. It must be somewhere in the chat. If anybody wants to come along and chat, I mean the link, I dropped the link before I did anything. If anyone wants to come on and chat, it's better because I'll glance at the chat. I don't read the chat. I get lost in the chat. I'm sorry. But hold on, let me see. Let me see if I can guess right here. I'll put it in there again. And I'll stick it here so you know what I'm talking about. Hold on. Post a comment. All right. Post a comment. Done. Chat. Okay, there's the thing. So just come on and explain it, because I'd rather just talk like that. So there it is. Guest. Oh, there's cuts up in there. We'll add cuts in. What's up, cuts? And if
Yo,
anybody
yo,
else,
yo, what's up? All right, good day to y'all.
what's up, man?
Not much. I'm just chilling at work, but yeah, I got pretty frustrated and disappointed and
Man,
upset.
listen,
And
I watched that and I'm like,
ooh,
man, cuts lost. I was like,
right?
man,
Yeah,
cut.
I lost it on him. That's like seriously out of control what that guy is spewing out of his filthy mouth.
Yeah, but
Unbelievable.
you can't let it get you off your rocker. That's what they want.
No, I know. It's all good. Honestly,
When I
though,
saw that shit, when I saw
the way that guy reposted that, he owes me money straight up, point blank, period. I'm coming at him. I'm coming at Brian until they pay me for that. I'm way
you
too
listen,
poor. I put in way too
cuts,
much hard work.
cuts, cuts,
Ooh,
cuts, cuts.
no,
Check this out.
no, they ain't doing that.
Cuts,
They over.
listen, cuts. I'm gonna give you a you know damn well they ain't gonna give you nothing. So why
Yeah,
don't
they're not.
what?
Of course, they're not going to. But whatever. They're not. That
Check
was
it out.
wrong. It was
But check it
wrong.
out.
That's.
Listen,
It's not cool.
they,
It's not
they
okay.
but check it out. You'll just that's just wasted energy from you. You
Yeah,
know,
I
you,
guess so. I hear you. I get it. I'm never gonna look at that ever again. That was the biggest mistake I ever made was even listening to that because it sap and impurified my fucking heart and made
I
me lose a lot
saw
of faith and hurt. It
something.
was hurtful, man. That was hurtful.
I
Why'd
saw
they do that?
I saw something come in on the chat, but it left off. I don't know who that was, but come in on the.
Brian owes me a chance to talk on his platform then if he's going to send those little agents like that to set everyone up and slander us and talk shit and call us demons. No, man. And we're trying to do pure hearted information sharing and collaboration with people, like purely, like not even. I'm not even going to make a video about all that drama. That is
Yeah, and
insane.
look, man. I mean, you can do whatever you want, but I'm just saying they want you. They want a response. They want Zach to respond. You
Yeah, I'm
know,
not going to respond the way
Zach
they
probably
want.
Zach won't respond, but he probably will say something about it on one of his streams.
I ain't going
But
to
it's
respond the
no
way they
energy,
think or what
no
they want.
energy, no energy is the best energy. You know,
Yeah,
I'm just trying to lay it out. So look, people want to go. That's what
I'm
they want.
I'm
So
actually at work right now, probably going to get in trouble even for being on the phone. Not really, but I had to step out because this has just got me really upset. And it's really just hurtful to me because they would like twist every single thing
but
and
see
then
what
make
you
it
said.
into
Check
a
it out.
mockery.
You see what it said? It hurt you. So you let it
Yeah,
hurt you. You know what I
yeah,
mean?
it
That
hurts.
shouldn't that shouldn't even hurt you. You know what I mean? Because
It
we should be
hurts
at a
me
state.
because I put my fucking passion into what I do, and then for them to just not even, oh, just to
But
even
check it out.
do that, man,
It's
just to be
supposed.
that disingenuous.
Yeah, but that comes along with life, man. You're gonna always experience some shit that somebody doesn't like. Like
Yeah,
some of your art. Somebody might say, "Hey, man, fuck your art." But the reality is, maybe they actually like it, but they just saying fuck it because they don't understand it, or some other shit like that. It's not nothing. Remember, we control our anger. You know, the
yeah,
anger that we can't control is when it becomes a physical response from somebody. Like if they just come up and they trying to harm you, that's some shit.
yeah,
That then you do what you got to do.
yeah. I honestly, I regret even going over there, but like, honestly, you sent me the link, so I didn't have, I was like just finishing up where I could look at it, and then I looked at it, and I was like, oh man. Why are
Yeah.
they doing this? And then I had to
I
flash
didn't think
them about
if
it.
you would have said I'm gonna join, I'd be like, no. I'd be like, yo, guts, nah, don't even worry about it, man. You see what they're doing.
Yeah, I know. I kind of knew what they were doing, and I kind of had a feeling maybe it was just a joke, like a satire show, but I wasn't sure. And I'm still not sure. They sound like they were really meant that shit. And the way
But
they're going about all this is highly, highly suspicious.
Can you
yeah, but
say
you
can
gotta
you say what they said instead of just saying, over and over, oh, I can't believe what they said, what they said, what they said. What did they actually say that
Yeah,
offended you
why
so
and
much?
what exactly they're saying is all bad. That ain't even okay at all.
But yeah, what did you say? Who's this again? Scroll.
It's
Wait.
the Citizens Broadcasting
Oh, okay.
Cooperative.
Yeah. So whatever. I mean,
TCBC, like the CBC, but we're not government
Straight up,
propaganda.
Brian owes me money. Straight up. That's it.
He owes
Period.
you
And
money. How does
Paul.
he owe you money?
Because his guy Paul started. Well, okay, so their agents came over there telling us in our chats before I even ever heard about none of that shit. I fucking seen them saying, "Oh yeah, go look at Paul. He's good. Like, go come over. Like, like whatever." And then
So
so
they
they
owe you
like
money because
injected
they send
themselves
people
into
over to
our
your
power
chat.
of the mind.
serious.
Exactly.
They fucking injected their bullshit into our fucking serious shit. And then they fucking like that guy because fucking Brian started all that shit. And then the weasel that was infiltrating with us, that rat, I'm gonna call you a straight up rat, Anonymous Moose. Because nobody set that up but him. That's what he was saying in his chats. He was like, yeah, I fucking set up the meeting thing with Zach, and then fucking look what it spiraled into. Like, I'm fucking so upset. This is like not even okay. Because now
Oh, so that's what Zach was talking about. He said that. Oh, so Anonymous set up the meeting with Zach and Paul to come in
I
there.
think so. That's what he was saying in
I'm
some chat.
failing to see how they owe you money from all this.
Because
Well,
now
yeah,
that
they
now
don't
that
really. They
now
don't.
okay, now Brian is a freaking shill. All he does is shill off of mainstream media garbage, pushing straight up divisive garbage.
And how
And
does that
he's
make him
selling
owe you
he's
money?
shilling off he's shilling off it. And so now his little agent, this guy Paul, whoever that's his mom, now that guy is putting up video that if he got a video of me up on his channel, he owes me money. Blank, blank, period.
According to
I'm gonna
what?
send, dude. I'm gonna get that. I don't give a fuck.
What about fair use?
I don't give a fuck, dude. No,
You don't give a fuck
not
about
with
fair
me.
use. Okay.
I don't give a fuck about any of that shit. That ain't not gonna
Unfortunately, the
get.
judge
They're not gonna
probably
get away
will.
with that on me. Nope.
Well, look. Let's. I mean, honestly, goddamn well, cuts. They ain't gonna give you a fucking dollar. So I wouldn't even waste any energy and putting anything into that. I mean, how
You
you
make
go about doing it is
you make gematria content?
is
I share information, and a lot of it is really actually important. And I've been trying to get people to just like acknowledge some of it. It's not
I
that
asked
big a
you if you
deal.
make
I'm a friends
gematria
guy. I
content.
would be friends with all them. I have no problem with people. I have no problem with collaborating. I love to share knowledge, and that's what I
what's
thought we
good,
all
Bend
were
Over.
doing.
Do you make
That's what I
gematria
thought.
content?
Do I make gematria content?
Yeah.
I've used gematria in some of my videos for research where it actually was very helpful in my research, finding things that I would not have found without using gematria. Yes,
Very
it's
cool.
very
I've used
useful.
it myself in one video at least. I use it in a
Yeah,
little
I don't
different
know
way.
what the big deal is about why they want to bring all this like kind
Cuts,
of.
you gotta remember,
I'm sorry about my vibe
cuts.
too.
Check it
Right?
out, cuts. This is why they're doing it. Do you see the title of this video? It's fall and harvesting. They have to harness energy going into the winter, meaning they have to get as much controversy, as much views, because people start watching, views go up in the winter, and they make more money. So that's
Yeah,
one. Two is this is what they're about. I mean, Paul, after you watch it, when I Artie's Corporate Fiction, it came up, and I'm like, oh shit, Paul. I remember Paul. Okay, yeah, I fucks with what he does because, he's into the, fight, standing up against tyranny. So cool. So I think I watched for a few days or something, or a week or whatever. I'm like, okay, I like this. He had this other brother on there. They was talking some good shit, and then it just fucking turned into this chimp satire show. I'm like, what the fuck is going on? And then it was just got stupid. And then I was like, man, this is like ridiculous. Then he shows up on Here's the Deal after 2 of Brian's channels are on suspension. And I was like, oh shit, I get it. All right, I get it. So, I mean, this is what Paul does. When people come up there, it's to draw an emotion, and he can feed off of it and portray it out to his audience, and they can all clap hooves and, do what they do.
I just didn't really, I really don't appreciate it. And then to have all these agents in the chat just poking at us.
Cuts. He saw you a mile away coming.
Yeah, they probably did. I'm sure they did. I'm sure they did. Whatever. I don't even care. I'm just ashamed to ever even heard their words out of their freaking mouth. That was horrible. I'm like traumatized by it. That was
we live and learn, man.
That was like nasty, like worse. That was worse shilling garbage than like all the worst ones.
The thing is, now the algorithms are going to pop up in all of our feeds. No matter what, you're going to see Paul. He's going to pop up in the feeds. His channel is monetized. And
if he's showing off of that, posting that video of me, then he owes me money, point blank, period. I don't even care.
Right, but
he doesn't owe you
honest,
money.
you're not gonna
yes, sir. I don't know who you are, but I don't know. I don't like what you're saying either. Now, if you're defending what they did, that was not. It's not okay. That's like.
No, I didn't watch it. I asked you what specifically they said, and you still haven't said anything. It's just what they said, but not actually telling us what they said. I didn't watch it myself.
Being not the way they treated me, or like the way.
Yeah. The way they did it, what they did, but not actually saying what they did.
I explained what they did.
Well, yeah, power of the mind. I mean, sometimes it gets like this. I mean, as much as we don't like it, sometimes it goes this way. And
you know what? I used to follow High Impact Flicks and actually liked his content for quite a long time until we found out and caught him selling masks in his store, and then we called him out on it, and he actually acknowledged me when I called him out on it, and then he stopped. So he already like proved himself to be real. That is especially during the height of the thing, for him to have been doing that just goes to show that he's not really about. He's over here calling it a slave muzzle, but then he's selling it on his website. And then now,
agreed. That was
agents doing this kind of crap.
That was that didn't make any sense, but that just goes to show you.
It's proof to me. That's like, even now, it's even just, this is
proof that he's a businessman.
Nah, he's not a businessman. He's selling videos.
Check it out, Cuts. I don't agree with it either, but you got to look at it from another perspective. Now, and it makes sense. People got to wear a mask to work or whatever. So they might have contacted him to say, look, man, I got to wear a mask. I'd rather wear one with a message on. Can you make one? And then boom, he's like, oh shit, I could profit off of this. And then, you know what?
Did his masks say? Did they say like masks are bullshit or something?
I mean, they had a message on it. So I can see where that could have happened. But would I agree with it? Hell no, But I mean, you got to look at it from both perspectives and say, well, hey, I mean, that is true. People had to wear masks. So if he's selling something that, hey, I want, then there you go. It doesn't mean that technically, it really doesn't mean that he's a bad person. Not, you know what I mean? It just is what it is. If anybody doesn't like it, I mean, that's what's real. Think about it.
Profiting off the infringement of government overreach.
Exactly.
Right. Exactly. But still, think about it. I get all that. I understand all that. He's profiting off of that. He's
like a really bad part of this tyranny. Those people are freaking the problem. I thought, yeah, maybe we could like have some kind of like come to some type of terms and understanding. That's what I would have hoped for that too. That's why I said collaborate. I told that guy on his stupid stream, you guys should be all collaborating with each other instead of whatever the hell this crap is you're doing.
But that being said, like if what you say is true and he took the mask down after getting feedback, then that says a lot about his character as well, that he's willing to admit
The only
that he's
reason
wrong
he
and
did
make
that
a change.
is because he knew that it was going to cost him money and viewership.
Maybe that's your assumption. Maybe that's
not
what
because
you're
there's
interested in.
Anything.
And that's why you're fixating on it.
No, the reason I'm fixated on it is because you're declaring yourself a truther channel and saying you're about this truth and this and that and being about whatever the goodness for against the agenda, but they've proven over and over and over again that that's not the case. Especially with this stuff, like
I mean, if selling masks is one of your examples of them doing that, then it's a pretty flimsy example. And maybe the rest of your examples aren't.
Really? Are you sure about that? Who am I talking to, by the way?
It's TCBC on YouTube. The Citizens
What are you, one of
Broadcasting
this guy's
Cooperative.
mods too?
Like the CBC, but not government propaganda. I'm your domestic war correspondent, Whoosh WTF.
Okay, sure. Whatever that means.
You can call me Whoosh.
Whoosh. Yeah, I hear what you're saying.
I'm also your friendly neighborhood newsman.
Regardless of that, I don't know. It was just a really bad thing. I wish I could take it out of my mind. I wish I could unlisten to that guy's words. I wish I didn't even never looked at the show Brian posted. That was just the worst like tidal wave of like negative garbage spewed out of fucking. That was the worst videos I've ever seen.
The one where he documented.
Well, I mean, take it as this. Take it as a learning.
Like that video. Why not say what video you're talking about?
The video that he did yesterday, the one Brian posted, stirring up all the garbage for no reason. There was no reason for him to post
Very
that video.
Specific. Okay. The one of Zach on Paul's channel. That you were part of the panel later. Were you on the panel later or before?
Earlier, like midway through, like a little close.
Well, you can go watch it. It's on both those channels. You can just go watch the video.
Honestly, I just called him and started flashing on him because it was out of line for High Impact Flicks to post his video is out of line. High Impact Flicks was out of line for posting that. It was like that is the negative. That is the opposite of what the video that he posted yesterday should have been. Look, we have these disagreements, sure, but like we have more commonality than we have disagreements, and that's the truth about all people. So yeah, they started the fucking heat. They got me heated. I'm sorry. I regret it. I should have never even looked at it. I already knew what it was. It's my bad. Sure. But still, that's beside the point. The point is that was wrong to do that.
Do you think that the way Zach behaved was in any way wrong?
Sure. Sure. I'm not even going to defend Zach 100%, but like information wise, it's a lot more on point over there with the Gematria team. It's a lot more on point and it's a lot more sincere. There is ritualism. There is all these correlations like what they're saying. And for people to just to like slander us and say we're demons, that's why I got heated, because they're saying that we're just demons. And I'm not even a Gematria person.
I said that your father was the devil, or that Paul's father was the devil, right? That we're born of the devil in this world of the devil.
Yeah, whatever about all that stuff is
run like the world using their tools of government, religion, and the media. And we need to reject these institutions to embrace our God nature.
John Bryant was good, John Bryant. All right, well, look, cuts, man.
I'm sorry, man. I'm sorry to have let it even like hit me at all in any kind of way. I'm usually like,
No, go ahead.
Oh yeah.
No, don't let it rattle you, man. You up there where you can clear your mind.
I just feel bad, and now I feel hurt because now that there's some fucking stupid video where they're like making up a bunch of garbage.
Listen, look at it like this. Guess what? They're talking about you.
Right.
Leave it at that. You know,
And that's
take it
what I
as a
told him.
positive.
I'm
But
like,
it's talking about you. Some people might
now
land
that
on your channel, like, oh.
Yeah, no, that's true. I should look at it in a good way like that. It is all, they say all attention could be good attention, or I
No
mean, it
such
could be
thing as
bad
bad
too.
publicity, is what they say.
But
And it
I would
sounds like your parents
appreciate it,
never
and I
bully-proofed
would
you.
appreciate some acknowledgement in a positive light rather than some of the most weaselly shit that I've ever seen ever. Like, I've never even came across a channel that was more insincere and weaselly and pathetic than that.
Well, I don't know. Those are some
Never. I've
strong
never
words.
seen anybody do it that bad, that poorly. I just do serious fun. I work at a resort where you can come visit me and have fun. I'll hook you up. It's all good. Like, I ain't even about all that. I like to make art and collaborate and share information. And for them to like make some slant, like say they're saying we're demons before they even heard a word about what we know about our little gems that we have, our pieces of the puzzle to add to the big picture.
Were they saying you're
The guy owes
demons?
me a chat at least at this point.
Were they saying you're demons, or that you're born of the devil?
There's just saying anyone that does gematria, oh, anybody that likes Zach, oh, anybody that likes anyone that we don't like is a demon. They're like, they automatically just casted a whole group of people that are all of our friends, and it's like, dude, that's just wrong. That's just out of control. And I'm sure some of the people in that community might do that as well. But like I said, it's all like, there needs to come to terms where, don't we have like stuff that we're fighting for that's similar, that matches, that should overpower those like lost hatreds and stuff. Like, I won't even hold hate against any of them on this. I'll still look at Brian's videos if they're good, or you know what I mean? Like, I'm not coming at everyone about this out of some pure hatred. I'm not.
Oh, I see Zach's in the chat now.
So yeah, I don't know. I mean, I think Zach does a great job, and I think the way that they portray what the
Sorry about that.
intention
I got a
is
hot phone.
and the information is just wrong. It's just wrong. I mean, obviously, there's a lot of stuff going on, and we all know about it, and we all see it, and we all have a piece of the puzzle about it. And it's, you know, I don't know. Maybe it's just satire, and I'm just totally tripping. Is that what it is? I mean, am I
What's
just
up,
straight
Zach?
tripping?
We're just talking about I'm telling people to stay out of, people want to go over to Paul Enslaved and join on. I told them, just don't even bother, don't waste your time, because that's what they want. They're feeding off of all this crap. So just leave them alone, man. What's good, Sean? Don't even bother going over there, because that's what they want. It's like a game to these people, and they're obviously in it for what they're in it for, and that's it. So I'm just.
If Zach has some time, I'd love to ask him some questions about gematria sometime.
If he got time, it's up to him. Ain't my call.
Now, like how many ciphers? Like, I listened to the Yale and the 9/11 scripts, and I wonder like how many different ciphers are being drawn from there, because gematria has like 24, 30 ciphers or something. So of course you're gonna come up with numbers if you're running it across.
Well, here's what I
that
say
many
about
ciphers.
Here's what I say about all that. I said, you could take the gematria away and just drop the knowledge on what the fuck is going on, and it all adds up. So either way, it adds up with the numbers or without the numbers. The numbers just give a clear, definitive thing. They're like, yo, this could be possibly what's going on. And I get it. There's a lot of numbers. That's why I'm not a numbers guy. But what is being portrayed by a lot of people that do gematria, it all lines up point for point, people to people, links things together, links so much shit together. It's undeniable. And then where there's certain dates,
with 30 ciphers, you could link any two things together.
But check it out. When there's dates that you can call out that certain thing because of this, that, and this, and numbers. I don't know how he does it, but and it comes out. I mean, you got to say, okay, could they be using this? Are they using this? It's pretty much absolutely they using this, or what else? What is it? You know, that's what I try to tell people. Instead of debunking it, try to figure out, well, damn, how all this shit adds up. It's undeniable that these things are happening, and when you could link the knowledge to each piece of knowledge, then it's on point. You know what I mean? The knowledge is on point without the numbers. You know, Zach could explain that better than I can. I don't know. That's a question for him. But that's how I look at it.
Yeah, I think that Zach's message is a lot of truth about who's responsible for a lot of things. When I was a kid, I was like, how can these professional athletes be so bad? Like, I can make that play every day, all day.
Right.
And so when I was a kid, I knew that stuff was fixed. It doesn't take much of a discerning eye to see. Like,
right.
These unforced errors. It went off Jose Canseco's head twice for a home run. I'd love to see the gematria on Jose Canseco, ball off head and home run, and the dates that those two things that they happened for him, because that's not just going to happen by coincidence.
Yeah. So, I mean, it's a lot. So, I mean, I ain't got the answer to that question. So, that's
and one of the words. So the first word was libertarian. I'm wondering if there's just a disconnect between your group with like Paul and Brian, and that they're more like anti-federalist constitutionalists.
I don't
whereas your side is more anarchist or libertarian.
I don't have a side. I don't have a side. So, what I'm saying?
The people that you associate with,
people that I know,
that were there in Yale and in New York at 9/11, right? They're more anarchist, as far as I know.
It all depends on what you define. It depends on what you define. I don't get into all those words, so I don't come from a standpoint like that. So I don't play a libertarian or anarchism. I mean, I don't use those terms on my my channel. So
you use rule of law.
I don't use rule of anything. I mean,
you used it earlier.
What did I say?
Oh, you said something about rule of law, and I said that we have rule of iron, not rule of law. But yeah, I don't remember exactly what you were talking about.
Well, here's the deal. People don't know themselves. Therefore, guess what we need? We need rulers for those people, because otherwise our society would be dangerous. See, there's people that can self-govern themselves, and I consider myself a person that can self-govern myself. I know how to act. I know what to do, what not to do under the common man. Those are the rules that I hold to me, and that's how I live my life. So whatever you want to label it, that's on you. So I don't call myself,
sure.
this. I understand the law. I know how to move within the law. But
these guys believe passionately in the freedom of the Constitution, right? The freedom that the Constitution recognizes and enshrines. And so that's maybe where there's an ideological divide.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, we all are doing this because we know something's deeply wrong at the base of it all. And everybody's talking about every aspect of it anyways. And I mean, we're all on the same page, but we're all off the same page. You see?
Yeah, where you both believe deeply in freedom, but you just think that it should be manifest in a different way.
Yeah, I guess.
And for me, that's where I always see that there's a divide. Is just like nitpicking what system we choose. If everybody just loves freedom and we just choose a system and stick to it.
Where are you from? Where are you from?
I'm from communist China, so I know about giving up rights.
So you're in China?
China, yeah, Canada.
Oh, you're in Canada. Oh, you're in bad shape.
Toronto, China.
Oh yeah, you're in the land of fucking. I don't even know what that is up there.
Yeah, we got like 6% purebloods up here. I'm one of them.
Yeah. Yeah. So. Oh, okay, you're way up there.
Yeah, we are a people of subject. We are subject to the king and all their opium
Yep.
trading, child trading glory.
Well, we are too. The United States is too, but I mean, it is what it is. It's a synopsis with each other. You know, they go hand in hand. So.
Yeah, your kings bow to our kings. So it all goes.
Yep.
See, most people don't understand that the fractional reserve banks in non-republics belong to the monarchy, and so the birth certificate bond gets paid off to the monarchy, whereas in the United States it's paid off to the Federal Reserve and the Rothschilds, right?
Yeah.
And so
What do you say about
they
chat?
decide
What they're saying about
where
you?
the capital goes, what companies are allowed to exist, and the jobs that are created for the people and the products that are produced. And that's, it's the core. They use religion, government, and media to control our minds. And we
Yeah.
think that we're happy. By 2030 you'll own nothing and be happy. Well, guess what? You already own nothing and you're happy. You really own
Exactly.
nothing. If the government
Exactly.
says they want it, they'll come and get it with guns.
Exactly. People don't understand that. You know, we're already in there. That's why I'm all for linking together. And like I always say, it's not fucking
Yes,
moving in
Miss
with each
Brooks.
other and playing cards and shit like that. It's just the minds coming together for a solution for something. And I'm actually doing this behind the scene with other brothers and sisters. And I want to, like, hey, at some point I want to come talk to you, but these motherfuckers they made their position clear. They want to just sit on here and just do nothing and make money and make laughs and satire and giggles and wiggles, and that's what they do.
Miss Brooks is actually right. See what happens, Miss Brooks, when you stop insulting people. You say correct things. Everything belongs to the monarchy. The Federal Reserve is the Vatican.
Yep.
That's exactly right. The Swiss Vatican crown is
the thing is everybody knows
collusion between the Catholic Church and the monarchies.
Right. Everybody knows the position they're in.
Everybody doesn't know that.
No, I mean, like, a lot of people that know what's going on, know what position they're in, meaning something's wrong. We all know in some faction or there's rulers, but yet nobody wants to do anything but be ruled over. Some people want more rulers to come in.
And the 14th Amendment says that the Americans are subject. So Americans wanted it back then, and they're powerless to it now, those who don't want to be subject anymore. But then you have people who are, giving their writs of liability and becoming American nationalists or state nationalists, and freedom movements are popping up all over. The Canadian truckers are still together, still driving around, paying big oil for their big rigs going across the country, and
there's a lot of people.
What they do.
There's a lot of people making moves, a lot of people trying to do something, but and there's other people that are just, who they're gonna be, and that's it. You gotta just keep doing what you do, So that's what I'm doing. I mean, I just had to come on here and, because they want new blood. Today they're going to draw new blood. They want more. They like this. This is they feeding off of this. These are energy vampires, man. They enjoy this stuff. So, it is what it is.
Yeah, Miss Brooks, it was yesterday's chat. Go and look.
So,
remember when I was telling you to stop projecting? No, you don't remember? I guess your memory is only as good as a day, Miss Brooks. But yeah, and talking about the other word was amygdala hijack, which is big in issues that we see with police as well, where you trigger that flight, fight, or freeze instinct. And I think that's what we saw on Paul's broadcast with Zach.
What do you mean?
Well, like Zach at the end before he flighted, he fought. So like he felt like he was in danger, fought back. You know, his amygdala got triggered, which is it's a part of your brain. It got triggered, and then he wanted to fight back, and then he wanted to flee. And yeah, it's a very base.
It could be a flee. It could be a flee. Powerful. It could be a flee, or you could just be flat out tired with the bullshit and just like, I don't even want to fucking deal no more. I know I feel a certain way. Let me get off here now. Fuck it, I'm off. Because we don't know what's in another being, so we can call it whatever that we think it is, but we don't know what truly was in the mind. You know what I mean? Because it could have been just, I've had enough. I'm out. Bye.
Yeah, but like the name calling and all that, inbred, whatever. I don't remember exactly what it said, but it was not.
Yeah,
it was not like something that people would be proud of. Like, I'm sure Zach would not say he's proud of what he said.
And if you look at what's on the screen, it's right there.
It's important that people know about this amygdala hijack, right? Because it happens to all of us, and we feel that adrenaline pumping, and we got to do something.
Check it out. That's why
but we need to breathe and let our higher consciousness prevail.
You see what I have here? You see the thing up here? For one who has conquered his mind is his best friend. But for one who has failed to do so, the mind is the greatest enemy.
Amygdala hijack happens in the mind.
Yeah.
And so it is something to be conquered. To not let us lower ourselves, right? When we fight monsters, it's important that we don't become monsters ourselves. When we stare into the abyss stares back.
Yeah, exactly. And that's the same thing being out on the street. You just gotta, stand. If you know something's right, you stand on it,
But dude was trying to play Zach, though.
Huh?
Yeah, exactly. See, these, like, I don't know. Your viewers don't articulate very well. But dude was trying to play Zach, though.
It's all about perception. So you gotta always remember, everything is about perceiving, because the way you perceive it and I perceive it is two different things. So we can never know, I can never know what you're perceiving. You can never know what I'm perceiving. So I can't know what they're talking about and perceiving in the chat. I could just read the words and say, hey, they got a right to see it from that way, So
he was trying to play Zach, and so that excuses Zach's amygdala hijack, or the embrace of his amygdala hijack. It's an opinion. Everyone has them.
Yeah.
A lot of people build a womb of denial to provide a false sense of comfort, allegiance, protection.
All right, Rick. Anybody else come up here and voice your I would love to see it. Let me put that in there again. If y'all want to talk, let's come talk it out. Hold on. Guests, invite.
It's especially important for peace officers to know about amygdala hijack and how to deal with it.
What's the definition? Hold on. What's the definition of amygdala hijack?
Amygdala
hijack. What's the definition of that? Break it down for me.
Well, the amygdala is like the reptilian part of the brain, I think. Here, let me give it a.
I probably heard of it at some point in my life, but I don't,
Yeah, it's the reptilian part of your brain, and so when you feel threatened, and when all creatures with a reptilian part of the brain, which is like the first brain that develops, so all mammals basically, and everything, maybe not fish, have these reptilian parts of our brain. So complex thinking animals.
How do we know that, though? How do you know that?
Fossil record, I guess.
Because
we have one. We all have one as well. When you dissect the brain, you can see it. And
what does it look like?
It's Like a potato, maybe.
Yeah, 'cause the way I look at things, I view different things at a whole different lens because, these people, they place names on things, when you say what'd you say, a reptilian?
Yeah, because we all evolved from the same view, basically, right? So they say. And
Well,
so
they say I don't, I don't go by what they say. So
no.
I don't know. I can't relate to that one.
Okay.
But where
Well,
they get the reptilian, I've heard
well,
of
when
it
you
before.
dissect a brain, all complex brains have an amygdala, and it's
Right,
like
but how do we know
it's
what's
like a
inside
reptile
of that?
brain.
But how do we know what's inside of that and what it does? And
Oh, because we put
and
we put neuron
especially check it out.
detectors
Hold on.
and trigger
Especially,
different responses,
but
and then measure the brain.
But check this out.
We measure the
They haven't
electricity.
even discovered every mammal on the planet for.
Okay.
You think they've discovered
What does
every?
it have to do about testing the brain?
Because if it's attached to all mammals, like you said, how do we know that's true?
All
see
that
what I'm
we've
saying?
found and dissected.
Every animal, they was like, okay, we're gonna dissect every animal and find this reptilian.
All that we've found and dissected. Yes, it's
Where'd you learn
brain.
that at? You know what I'm saying? Where'd you learn that one?
Who cares where I learned it or where
See,
anyone
that's
learned
what I
it?
mean. I mean, where'd you learn it from? Because I mean, it could be true. So I'm like, I want to know where you learned it.
It's basic knowledge. It's basic knowledge.
That's not in my
biology.
I'll be honest. I don't have that basic.
Right, you couldn't even pronounce amygdala.
No, I can't. I don't need to.
Right, you have no basic knowledge.
Okay, that's basic knowledge, I guess.
Of
I
biology.
mean, if that's what you call it. Like, you went to college, right?
No, I didn't.
So what you went to? What's the highest level of education you went?
High school.
High school. Okay.
Yeah.
So this is basic knowledge. This is basic knowledge you learned, right?
This is basic knowledge 20 years ago. Yeah.
Oh well, I must have missed that one. So that's not. I mean, that's your basic knowledge.
I was in the advanced class, I guess.
Yeah,
well.
I was in all the slow classes because I just
didn't. Yeah, that was torture for me. I was in one of those one time.
I didn't go.
I got a 33 in that class.
Oh, see, I didn't. See me. I didn't let it torture me because I would just leave. I'd go.
Yeah, that's what I did. I left.
I would just go skip school, play outside, go with my friends, play ball, stuff like that. School never interested me. So if I missed that basic knowledge. So, but yeah, I mean, hey,
yeah, amygdala hijack. It's very well known. It's very well known, but
I don't know it, so it ain't gonna affect me one way or another.
It does affect you. Yeah,
it doesn't affect me.
Anytime you feel threatened, that fight or freeze response is amygdala hijack.
I call it flight or flight. I mean, fight or flight. That
there's also freeze.
But check it out. Hear me out. I don't have to know the word to feel the feeling, and I do this. This is what I do. I'm not a book guy. I'm not it's basic knowledge guy. I'm a go out and find out guy. So I'm around dangerous situations a lot. So I can feel and understand those emotions. So if I feel it, then that's how I deal with it.
Well, there you go. Now science has explained your feeling for you.
Hold on. It's like a conversation, right? Like I know, okay, well, I'm not gonna, I don't need to entertain and go and respond in anger. I know how to respond in, a balanced way. You know what I mean? Because I understand. So that's understanding your mind. When you understand your mind, you understand not to get into your body to create a physical, emotional response because you'll feel it coming. So therefore, you gotta know in your mind, okay, I'm not gonna go there. That, you know what I mean? And that's just how you do it. And you know how to compartmentalize your mind and put certain things in different areas.
Right. So
when you learn to do that, it becomes a freer mind to where I don't gotta know about a magalaga, whatever it is. I don't gotta know about that. You know what I'm saying? Thanks for teaching me that, but it's something that I'll forget before we even get off of this stream. and
I think we would both
about
agree that this type of behavior of like amygdala hijack is a low frequency vibration, and we as high
It
conscious
is. But
beings need
what
to
I
be
would do
above
is,
that.
I would just break it down into simpler form. I'd be like, look, cop, listen, y'all got to chill with this fucking reaction that you guys are doing, because you said police officers and officials, so I'm using that. Look, you guys got to calm the fuck down with all this nonsense you guys are doing. You know, learn your mind, understand your being, understand situations. Look at the person, look at the situation. Do you really need to act like that? Do you really need to go 0 to 900? I've been in a lot of police interactions where I did bring police down. I've been in a lot of interactions where I brought regular people down to where, you know what? And they looked at me like, man, you're right. So having that ability, I don't gotta, use these big words and stuff like that. I break stuff down to the simplest form so the simplest minded can understand. And it actually really works. And that's why I get along with a lot of people that actually hate each other.
I'm not trying to divide anyone, Jacob, Fitzwater.
Huh?
Zach, I'm just a dude who asks questions. That's it.
Oh, there's Zach. Hold on, let's get Zach in here. All right. So you could talk to Zach and ask him all the questions you want to right now. Oh, wait.
Yeah, I'd love to know how many ciphers he was drawing from when he came up with his 9/11 script.
He's already in here. Zach, you in here? Says he's in here.
I really enjoy his work, and I hope to feature it more.
Hold on.
When I get off my ban.
Yeah, he's in the. I don't gotta do anything. He's already.
But I don't. Just because I enjoy someone's work doesn't mean that I don't look at them objectively.
Let me remove this thing off the screen. Zach, you in here? Hold on, there it goes. Hold on, it says there's a guest in here.
Yeah, I'm not trying to put anyone down, divide anyone. I just ask questions that I think are important.
My bad, I had to add you.
Whose answers are valuable.
I had to add you. You're in now, Zach.
Sorry, no picture. I don't have a Microsoft account, so Microsoft owns my camera, apparently, they tell me.
It's all good. I don't got my camera on, but I can turn it on. I mean, it's no big deal to me. See, I'm here. I'm alive. What's good, Zach?
Hey, what's up? Who's this other guy in the room?
Citizens Broadcast. What's the name again?
You can call me Whoosh. Yeah, my channel is on YouTube as the Citizens Broadcasting Cooperative.
Okay.
Citizens Broadcasting Cooperative.
Yeah, I really loved what you did in Yale. I caught on to you through Fake Mike, who's been ducking me for a while too. He doesn't want to answer my tough questions about child labor and supporting child labor using brands. But hey, he told me to get into the arena, and he would have a debate with me. So I've been going on cop watches and producing other content to try to get that interview debate with Will, but he's ducking me. James Topp is ducking me as well, because I have tough questions for him about, does he really want freedom, or does he just want to get back on the wrong side of prophecy or tyranny or whatever you call government service these days? People who don't know James Topp, he's walking across Canada to get his job back at the RCMP, the Royal Canadian Mounted Police, who trample protesters when the government declares the War Measures Act on its own people, not being in an active declared war. Besides the endless war on terror, of course, that NATO is proud to be a part of, and most Canadians are proud to be a part of, forcing Afghans to grow opium to flood the suburbs and the ghettos with opioids. Yeah, it's a wonderful world we live in that you do characterize the actors well.
All right, wait, we're getting too far ahead. So what's the question for Zach? Because I know he's busy.
I just wonder, I'd say, like, talk about amygdala hijack. If you want to take this opportunity to say how you're feeling at that time and If you regret what you said, or calling them inbred and other things.
No, I don't regret any of it. Again, I don't have any problem with anything I said to that guy. That guy's a goon. I don't like that. Yeah, right. Said it was smart what he was doing. It's not smart talking shit and just running your mouth and not shutting the fuck up. There's nothing smart about that, and that's always what provokes the fight.
I'm talking about before all this happened. As far as what he does, standing up with the police, with the law stuff. That's when I seen him about a year or something ago. But when he came back, it was Artie's corporate fiction. This guy, he's been on your channel. He's a troll channel, but nonetheless, I've debated him like Artie back in the day. So when that showed up, I'm like, oh, Paul, okay. And I watched it. I'm like, oh, okay. I like what he's doing. But when I sat there, he also had this other brother on there who I came across who does really good work on knowing your standing and status in this matrix. But he moved from that, and then he started all this shit. I'm like, wait. And then he got on with Brian. So I'm like, oh, okay. And then this is where, I'm making the video to let people know, don't go over there, because that's what they're looking for. So that's all I'm saying.
Indeed. And that is the right advice, because these are nothing but hacks and frauds and here to sell shit and make some money and get some PayPal donations. And they're not here to bring any real truth to the world or any kind of unity or any kind of change. And your whole thing about amygdala hijack, I hope you're not saying what I did was amygdala hijack, because my response was appropriate. When somebody won't shut the fuck up and is just lying and running their mouth and has no listening skills, that's when they deserve to get their ass beat. That's the world I came from. And if we still lived in that world, it'd be a better world. Part of the problem is everybody's become so soft and they have no, there is such a thing as righteous anger. I'm frustrated because I've been here for 9 years grinding every day, bringing really important information that can unite all people, as we've proven out in the streets. And again, nobody wants to talk about it. They just want to keep sticking to their own little piece of the puzzle, regurgitating their same shit every day, and has no intention of really bringing any real change to the world. That's bullshit, and that's super frustrating. So it's not just Paul that I'm reacting to. I'm reacting to all the pieces of shit that I've had to deal with for the 9 years I've been here, who do nothing but talk shit and try to put me in a bad light and try to frame everything. I've been dealing with that nonstop more than anybody else in this community. So again, you have to be able to put yourself in other people's shoes. And for anyone who has a problem with the way I reacted to Paul, I don't give a shit. I just see them as some weak, emasculated person who doesn't have any sense of reality or understanding and just wants to judge on things they don't understand. Again, I was listening to that fat fucking slob talk about how, well, I'll only go out there if there's a group of people behind me. That's complete bullshit. Everybody knows I'll go out there and face the whole fucking crowd by myself. How many times have I done that? So again, I don't like listening to. I gotta admit, if somebody's fat and ugly, it does trigger me. I don't like fat, ugly people. And to look at this sorry ass fucking slob run his mouth, it's gonna make me talk even more shit. But that's not an amygdala hijack. That's just the way things are. If you're still a man and you have testosterone running through your body, which is a rare thing at this day and age, because again, it's a society of bitches and highly feminized women and people who are out of touch with reality. And again, people have no backbone and people who probably don't have much anger running through them because they've lost their testosterone.
Or maybe
I'm not going to put up with that shit. And also just listening to you, whoever you are, just be quiet for a second. Whoever you are, I don't like the way you were just talking to Yeah Right about amygdala. Like you were just talking shit to Yeah Right. You're on his platform right now. Who are you? Nobody knows who you are. Where were you in New York? You weren't there. Where were you in Buffalo or Oklahoma City? You weren't there. You're not out doing things, but you're talking to shit to a guy who's giving you his platform. So I already my assumption about you from hearing you is
assumptions about me.
Huh?
Let's hear the assumptions about me.
They're not assumptions. I was just listening to the way you were talking about. Yeah, right. You're like, oh yeah, it's easy to know. Yeah, I've known it for 20 years, man. You don't even know how to pronounce it right. Just sound like a douchebag. Well, why are you talking like a douche to him? Did he talk shit to you?
I just gave him a chance, and I give him a chance, and hey,
yeah, I
don't need to know. I just told him I don't need to know about the Abdullah, whatever the hell the word is. I can't pronounce it.
Who gives a fuck? And he's using it wrong way anyway. Oh. Here, let's read the definition. An amygdala hijack is an emotional response that is immediate, overwhelming, and out of measure with the actual stimulus because it has triggered a much more significant emotional threat. Again, the way I reacted to Paul was not that. The way I reacted to Paul is exactly how you should react to a sorry-ass motherfucker. Again, hashtag SAMF.
That's a hashtag projection.
No, he's projecting. Go back and listen. Everything he's saying is bullshit.
Can I say
Everything
something
he
real
said was
here?
bullshit. There's not one thing he said before I responded to him that was true. It was just nothing but bullshit. And then when I got off, notice what he did. He's like, see, I knew who that guy was. And that's why I wanted to play that game to trigger him. And what do you say? So you could see the demon inside him. It's like, that's not a demon, dude. I'm dealing with a demon. You're a fucking demon. And look at his show. It's like a bunch of old white men who are praising this young piece of trash. It's a fucking joke. It's like, whose audience is this? What a group of fucking losers tuned into this channel. So I don't give a fuck about him or his audience. It's a bunch of fucking losers who don't mean a fucking thing in the world. He's got no buzz. Yeah, right's wrong to use the term buzz. That guy doesn't have a buzz. He has no one watching this fucking channel. So,
hey,
again,
Zach.
He has a buzz in the sense of and going around now as popping up in people's feed. That's all I mean. I mean, it's not a good buzz. You know, a lot of it is the sovereign citizen channels that try to expose people, you know, that are standing on the rights and call them a sovereign citizen. That's where it's all coming from. So Brian saw that 2 of his channels are suspended. He's like, oh, let me bring Paul on, you know. So
and it doesn't make sense because, again, he doesn't have any following. He's not going to bring anything in for Brian. And Brian's just such a goon. He can't cover any of the shit that we're out there doing as he's talking this good game about building bridges and action. He can't cover any of that. But then he sees me yell at Paul and he wants to try to put me in this bad light. And again, I don't give a fuck about anyone who sees me in a bad light. I'll do the exact same thing again 1,000,000 more times because I feel like exactly what I said to him was 1,000% true. So,
all right, let me say something here because I wanted to, because first of all, I have the I'm not sure who the guy in the top right is, but obviously I've got mad love for Right the Matrix. Right the Matrix is one of the realest people you will ever meet in or outside of any movement. He's just hands down, and he'll tell you himself that I constantly harass him for advice because he's so wise. And even when I don't want to listen to him, he ends up being right. Anyways, now I've met Zach a few times now, and when anybody gets large enough so they have even some people paying attention to them, I have a problem that people call Brian a shill, people call Zach a shill. You know, me, this goes for everybody. I'm not referring to anybody in particular, but in my mind, everybody gets an open but skeptical mind. Until I see overwhelming proof that person is a shill, I give them the benefit of the doubt. Now, I've also spoke behind the scenes with High Impact Flicks. To me, he seems like a good guy. He seems like he's trying to do right. Now, would it surprise me if one of these people ended up turning into a show? Not necessarily. Here's the thing. I think, and so Zach has been very helpful. Now, I don't agree with everything that Right the Matrix says. I don't agree with everything that Zach or Ryan, anybody says, for that matter. One thing I do highly respect about Zach is he's able to get boots on the ground like I've never seen. As Zach was talking about, we had me and Kriston T. Harris at 9/11 last year. This year we had over 100 people. So, and that's all because of Zach. So, big shout out to Zach. Now, here's where we get to the thing, because I saw that video yesterday. I didn't even want to watch it, but luckily, me, Right the Matrix, and a whole bunch of people from all over the world, we've been working behind the scenes to try to make things better ourselves. We've been working on a number of projects. One of those people is actually from Zach. So somebody in our Telegram chat says, hey, what do you guys think about this video? And so I wasn't even going to watch it, quite frankly, because I can't stand that infighting stuff. But I ended up watching that and then falling asleep to Zach's live stream. I almost called into Zach's live stream last night about this. And also another thing, by the way, have you ever seen Hidden in Plain Sight or Secrets in Plain Sight, Zach? If not, I'm going to send that to you because it talks about gematria and numerology, and it's fascinating. I've watched it like 100 times. It's from back in the day documentary.
You're talking about the 9/11 film.
No, it's a different one. It's like 3 hours and 47 seconds long. I'll text it to you later. Here's my point, because I watched the interaction between Paul and Zach, and I think that neither of them are wrong, and I think that there was someone trying to say during that conversation, hey, I don't think you guys are necessarily disagreeing. They said that a few times, and I respect Paul's part where Paul says, hey, yeah, you have to be your own man, your own leader, and you go out there. However, in my estimation, from my dealings with Zach seems to be that leader. Some of the things that people don't see behind the scenes is that the 2 times that I've met up with Zach, he's not just sitting there telling people, hey, let's do this. Hey, follow me over here. Hey, we're going to go do this. Instead, I saw Zach actually picking up people from the airport himself. I saw Zach paying money, a lot of money for other people. I saw Zach giving people rides. So that to me is a good indicator of leadership. Now, where I disagree with Paul is,
hold on. I want to say one more thing though, Will. Also, it's not like when you're out there with me, am I trying to hog the spotlight? I'm always trying to get other people to speak and do stuff.
no, you actually say, "Hey, Will, come get on the megaphone," and you're so nice. You say, "Hey, Will, you're lying," but you're saying, "Hey, Will's even better on the megaphone than me." But you've treated me with nothing but respect. Now, here's my problem with Paul. I don't have a problem with Paul. I shouldn't say I have a problem with him because I don't even know the guy. But my problem is I don't think we should be beyond working to one another. And I didn't like that he said, "Oh, you're just going out there and people are whining and you're not doing anything." Now, I've gotten this criticism myself because I've held protests myself for decades. And I'm almost done with my point here, guys, and I'll shut the hell up. But I did want to make this point. I've been having protests for decades. Sometimes we get 100 people to go. Sometimes we get 0 people to go. Sometimes just me. However, the point is, what I would have said too is we have to be in the physical spaces because they're banning us digitally. You can't reach everybody digitally.
Absolutely.
And it's not just like, yeah, sure, you're not going to change the world with one protest, Paul Unslaved. We know that. We know we're not going to change the world with one protest. However, every single time we go out there, we wake up people. We change minds. We get some fuck yous and some ha-ha-ha's, but we change minds. And as I always say, we don't even need to bring violence into this.
And wait, hold on. Let me hold that.
Sure.
And it's not a I don't think what we're doing is protesting. We're spreading information, understanding, knowledge, and numbers. So I don't like Paul. He was like, "Oh, protesting." They kind of like lump us in with like fucking Trumpers and like all this other stupid shit. We're really not protesting. We're getting a message out, though they could call it what it is, but it's not. We're not chanting. We're not sitting there saying the same shit. We're busting all kinds of shit down. Something that's really never been seen out in the public physical reality. You see what I'm saying? That's why it does mystify a lot of people. And people do scratch their heads and their jaws drop and their eyes pop open and they look like, what the fuck is going on? Because they never seen no shit like this.
And the last point I'll make to this is I do also admire, and Paul's right, there's some groupthink people there, then there's also infiltrators that come with the group. We understand that. However, I do like Zach's idea. I agree with Zach's idea. I've been trying to do this myself. I believe the Matrix has been trying to do this himself for a long time. I've been trying to get all of us on the same page. At least, hey, we have, like Zach said yesterday, or whenever that was recorded, we have differences, but wouldn't it be nice if we could just all peacefully stand outside the Federal Reserve we get all of Brian's fans, we get all of Jason Burmis's fans, anybody that you can think of. That I don't see that being bad.
Hold on. One more thing. See,
I'm done.
When I think of coming together, it doesn't even have to be physically out. As long as you play a role collectively with your mind, whether it's your channel, whether it's making a reservation, not a reservation, but like a reservation for something. Like, okay, look, I can't do this, I can't be there, but I can do this for you. I can, I got people that can do this over here. And that's another thing about actually knowing your brothers and sisters, or they like to call followers or subscribers or servants, like Paul would say, knowing them and knowing, okay, this brother over here has this, and he could like how Zach came to New York, they got a permit in Times Square for him. You see the reach and the power we got that we don't use, that when I actually do make videos about how powerful we truly are, they always get deleted and I lose a channel over. It's because we are so powerful that we're so fucking stupid and don't even know it. I know you know, Will, because you're like me in the background, like, what the fuck? We got all this technology, all this ability to come together, and no one fucking does it. It's the craziest shit in the world. I don't understand it, but go ahead.
No, that was really my point, because it hurt me to watch that, because like the thing is, and then the thing is, then you go watch that juxtaposed with the live stream that Zach did. He's so calm, he's so cool, he's so collective. He's just sitting there. And if Paul would have had an interaction with him there, it probably would have been better. And I think that and it just sucks that we have these people like yelling at each other when we really need to be on the same page as each other. Like I would love to. I actually afterwards I texted Brian. He didn't hit me back, but I was like, hey Brian, because I wanted to talk to him. I was gonna tell him, hey, look, man, I fucking know Zach. Zach's cool as shit. Fucking hey, yeah.
That's how you know. That's how you know. Could there be some motive? Because for Brian to have this persona and then do that and then actually take the clip and put it on his channel.
Well, I also understand, like, because I'm one of those people that like can put myself in other people's shoes, right? So I mean, especially me with Gematria and some numbers, I'm learning a lot more about Gematria, but someone as skeptical as me, it takes a while to delve into it to kind of say, okay, yeah, see, these 59s pop up, the 201s pop up. It takes a while, and I can obviously see how numbers would be a turnoff for somebody, and I can also see how, oh, you know, Brian might be like, well, you know, this could mess things up. I've got a big following. I don't want to mess things up. I get it, but Brian, and you know, we don't all have to get together behind the scenes and in front of the scenes, but it's just we're all in this shit together, and you know, I don't know what Brian's motives are. I can't speak for Brian or anybody else. But it's also, you know, last thing I'll say about that is, you know, we live in the post January 6th world now, where you got to be careful what you say and do too. So I understand that. I don't know what the
no, Will, that's what kills me. You see, Will, it's programming, right? There's an element of truth to what you're saying, but you just regurgitated exactly what the programming is. And one of my complaints about you is that you censor yourself so much. You're like, oh, we don't say that word on this channel. Dude, just rebuild your fucking channel. It might be a blessing in disguise if they take down your channel. You might actually.
They already took down my channel.
But I mean, it might be a blessing if they keep deleting your channel. Look how many times I've been deleted. It does hurt getting deleted, but sometimes it helps you build back even more. We're all doing what they want us to do. They want us to be censored. They want us to censor ourselves. I mean, they want us to be afraid. Oh my God, we're more in the surveillance stage. Oh my, that's why so many people aren't coming out and doing anything. What we're showing is like, how many people are like, Zach, if you go to New York, they're going to throw you in front of the subway. You're not going to make it there. You're not going to make it back. It's like, look, all those people who had all those fears, they just watched it all happen, and they all watched themselves being proven wrong. We need to go out and do these things because look at all the things we're proving wrong. Are conspiracy people just weirdos? No, we didn't look like a group of weirdos. We look like a group of people who engage New York City all over the town. And
Except
so
me,
us
yes.
going out there kills all these false beliefs and stereotypes. Yeah, they can censor us all they want, but you know what? The day that the people finally, it doesn't even have to be all people. The day 20% of this country wakes up to what we're talking about is the day things will change in a big way. That 20% of this country is what? That's nearly 20 million people. So imagine if we had 20 million people coming out to events, you know, in their region, not coming all at once, but if we have 20 million people in the country and you divide the country into quarters, I mean, that's a lot of people that can be showing up in each region if they get it and are now about it. And society, that's going to make those other people in the 80% say, well, maybe I'm on the wrong side now. This looks like something more than all this shit I've been afraid of my whole life, which is the government and the authorities. So, Mike, or I always want to call you Mike because you're fake Mike, but Will,
I just call me Mike.
Always doing like that programming stuff they want so much, man, and so is the whole community. And speaking of Brian, we're talking about, he's always censoring himself and saying words like "frick." Personally, I don't trust.
And just to add to that, just think if everybody stayed on YouTube and stayed sharing each other's shit, like, okay, this channel went down for this, everybody would have everybody back in no time. They would have overridden whatever they were trying to do. You know, and that's the thing.
Another thing is too that we've been working on. And Zach, I'm not sure if we've got in touch with you about this or not. I know that I've been trying to get in touch with you about this. So what I'm doing now, and you know, you're right, I do censor myself a little bit because I try to be more pragmatic.
You don't want your channel deleted. That's why you censor.
Well, so what I'm trying to do now is here's the plan. So I have my channel. I'm going to keep my channel, and then I also have something called PSYOP. Well, not me, but we have a thing called PSYOP, SYOP, that my buddy Nick created, .tv. So it's censorship free. I had a video about Hurricane Sandy over there that I put. So I use YouTube because And the reason why I don't want my channel get deleted, because yeah, the old people will come back. Sure. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, right. The Matrix Zach will be there for sure. Angel Z, what up, Angel Z? King Charles, they'll be there. But our job is to reach new people. So I want to stay on YouTube. I want to get promoted in the algorithm. And then when I say, hey guys, I'm going live, I'm going to talk some spicy stuff, I send them the link to psyop.tv or Patreon or whatever. I am on Patreon, but I don't do any shows over there. I got like $3 a month. But yeah, I mean, I am centering myself, and yes, it's something that I have thought about, but I'm just trying to be pragmatic to reach as many people as possible.
You might reach more people if you keep getting deleted. As crazy as it might sound, it might make people be like, here's another guy who's getting deleted a lot.
Shit don't work for me, but shit.
Yeah, get your channel deleted. That's a great way to get viewers.
But it's just like, I just think if we do what they want, then they're winning. That's the way I look at it.
All right, citizens, broadcast, however you say it. Why?
Yeah, getting your channel deleted is a great way to get more viewers. I agree. Great advice.
Sensing some sarcasm there.
I can tell it's sarcasm. I already know this guy's a douche.
Like, what is your okay? Why are you here? And also, the reason why Fake Mike actually came here,
cool, dude. It's so obvious. Look at the way he was talking to you.
Yeah, I know, but it doesn't work.
What's obvious?
What do you story last night?
I want to know what's so obvious.
But whatever he's doing, it obviously didn't work for me because I didn't get. He didn't rattle me. I'm still here.
Matrix agreed
I don't think that's what it's about, though.
Amygdala hijack is low frequency behavior.
But the reality is
you wonder why people mute you because you can't let people talk.
And it's like they need to be erased, and they're not going to get erased if you're just chill about it. It's like people need to be mad about what's going on and stand up. I've told people for 9 straight years, what fuels me to do this every fucking day, as I have done, that I'm fucking mad about this shit. I think that's what the movie network gets right. First, you got to get mad. You should be mad at the shit.
You're not mad
Almost
at
everybody
other
else
people.
at the end of the day doesn't seem that real. Will, I'm going to call you out right now. I like you a lot, and I'll stand next to you all the time and pound payment, but I'm going to call you out for the things I don't like about you, and it's fine. You can call me out too. But I think you really do care about the truth, but I also think you're too content with reality and smoking weed. And just like sometimes when you're doing like product placement and stuff, I'm just like, I don't like when people do product placement. You guys can all do what you want, but that's why I don't sell shit. Then it just I don't vibe of like your marketing shit. And for everybody out there, you have a book, man, shut the fuck up. I make my book free, and my book is full of life-changing fucking information. Whoever's priced the 800-page book that they spent 5 years to write at $5 out of the gate. I mean, get the fuck out of here. But anyway, go ahead.
Zach, yeah, I don't. Well, I guess I do sell something. Somebody reached out to me a while ago to sell soap. I've probably sold.
It's not a big deal, Will. But I'm just saying.
No. I'm not selling anything though. I'm not.
Or what was it? Soap or some product? I forget what it was.
Yeah. Some veteran company reached out to me and they were like, "Hey, it's all natural. It's American soap. It helps veterans. Portion donation." I've maybe sold 2 soaps. And I don't think, quite frankly, that's something that people attack Brian for. I don't think there's anything wrong with selling anything. I really don't think that there's a problem with that. I mean, honestly, YouTube stole $200 from me. After my first channel was demonetized. I've been fired from my jobs.
I get all that, man. I get it. I'm not trying to put you down. I get it. We've all
one thing I want to say about you, Zach, too, is Zach. Okay, so here's a good example, right? So we're being pretty straightforward because remember that time you were like, "Yo, I want to go on in America."
This is how it's supposed to be done. We come together like men and we talk it out. That's how it should always be. So go ahead.
Exactly. So yeah, Zach's criticism of me is I'm still too tied to reality and smoking weed. Yes, I'm smoking weed and I'm rolling a blunt right now. So you got me there. But my thing is, and please be more specific because I'm curious. I want to be better. Please be more specific with your criticisms. My criticism of you, Zach, would be because you were coming on a while ago. You were like, all right, let's go on Auditing America. And then the connection ended, and then you were like, yeah, I was gonna tell him that like he's not doing a good job and this and that. That's not how you do it, in my opinion. You say first you text me. Wait, hear me out, and I'll let you talk. Because you were gonna say, yeah, I was gonna tell him that you're just filming post offices and this and that. If you really wanted to tell him that, instead of going on his live to do that, you should have just been talk to me or talk to him and say, hey, can I talk to him first? But behind the scenes, because it kind of just doesn't look good.
I interact with my live. That's the point of doing a live and having a chat. I mean, so
yeah, but I'm just like, what I'm saying is, okay, so let's just say instead, like I did something that you didn't like, which is fine. It's going to continue to happen, right? But instead of addressing it with me on the stream, you could, if you have my contact, just be like, hey, Will, what was up with that? You know.
But I'm not even really calling you out. I'm calling out your partner.
True, but you know, it's like, how many people invite you on their channel and then
Hey, by the way, Will.
Yeah.
What was I right about what I said about your partner?
First of all, I don't like the term partner. He's not my partner. I don't have a partner. And like I said on that stream, there are certain, like, I'm no fan of auditing post offices. You'll never see me
Language is
audit
to be understood. I said I can detect that this person's a bad character. Is that person a bad character?
I'm not commenting on anybody's characters. I'm not anybody to comment on anybody's
Will, based on what I heard through the grapevine, I think I've heard that this person's very bad of character. And if that is true and you know that, but you won't call it out because you think it might hurt your YouTube channel, I don't respect that either.
No,
and see, I think the world's too fucking fake. Will, let me make my point. I think the world's too fake. And that's why when I watch a Brian and he keeps using words like, doesn't this frickin' bother you guys? And it just seems so contrived. And then he goes into the same quote he says every third or fourth video, whatever the algorithm is for how to make his manufactured video showing the news with the same lines again and again and again as he sells T-shirts. But again, it just seems so fake. And then because he has no real emotion and like he just censors himself and it's like a Mormon missionary's at your door. Frick. Who says the word frick? Every person I've known in this world that's used the word frick is like the kind of guy that presents himself as something in front of people, but then something totally different behind the scenes. And again, that's just how I feel about so many people. People are not authentic. And again, it's just a world of haters too, man. It's just like, I'm just so sick of 9 years of doing nothing but put out good, important content. And this shit's not hard to understand. Will, Coolio's dead yesterday on the 271st day of the year. Every headline emphasizes Gangsta's Paradise, which equals 271 in Gematria. And he's fucking dead on the 46-year anniversary of Stevie Wonder releasing
the song he sampled Stevie Wonder from. Yes, and it's also he's dead at 59, which is Negro,
exactly. And it's the same shit every time, Will. This stuff's not hard to understand. So even when you just brought up Gematria, you're like, I get why people don't like numbers. We got to stop saying that shit. We don't like numbers and learning because we were in 13 years of slave school that made us hate this stuff. They made us hate things. It's all part of the programming. Everybody in America, for the most part, hates learning. When they get their slave school diploma and they think they're done with learning for life, now they just do their slave job and save enough money to have some slave fun. And this is like how all of America lives. You know, we all have holidays on the 4th and Christmas, and we're grinding all year. I mean, this is America. Well, the new America is like, I can't figure out what's going on in the Twilight Zone now. Now nobody has any employees, but somehow everyone's paying the bills. I'm confused as fuck. Maybe communism already started, but
I gotta agree. I'm confused on that one too. I don't know where the fuck people get money from because nobody's working. This shit's crazy.
More great advice: drop lots of F-bombs and throw your friends under the bus.
Who are my friends that I threw under the bus?
No, trying to get Will to throw Enrique under the bus.
Well, you don't have the information I do, so there you are, the audience spectator critic.
Well, back to him. He, the one called Will out. That's why I had Will come on the stream because he said he's been looking for Will, and I'm like, Will's not. What are you gonna run and dodge? You said he was running and dodging and hiding from you.
Will been ducking me. Don't say you haven't been ducking me, Will.
How have I been ducking you?
It's just a joke. It's just a joke.
I was gonna say I see you in my comments pretty frequently. I don't think I've been, and I do miss comments for sure. But as I always say, if I'm not ducking anybody for the last over 15 years, I've been making protests, telling people exactly where I'm going to be throughout this country. I've been telling people where I'm going to be. So I always give people my contact. Anybody that wants to yell at me, anybody that wants to send me $1 million, fakemikerealnews@gmail.com. You can send me an email. All my links are, you can find me on all the socials at Fake Mike Real News. You can hunt me down. You want to.
Oh, so that wasn't a true. So that wasn't true. You weren't really. He wasn't really dying.
See, he did put out his all bulletin for any debate, and I've been saying for a while I want to debate him about child labor in textiles. Since I noticed that he wears a lot of brand name clothes that employ child labor. And now I see he's wearing his merch.
Well, I will say this, Citizens Broadcasting Corporation. And that's a good thing, and I'd love to have that debate with you. I don't recall you saying that to me. I think I do recall you saying that actually now, like a while back.
It was the Sexy Zombie Killers.
Okay, so okay, okay. So I mean, I grew up, and when I first started becoming an activist, I would throw on a suit and have the real mic. You know, that was my thing, to try to look professional. And then after that, I just started dressing like I wanted.
Wait, before this goes farther, what the fuck does that got to do with anything? Citizens broadcast.
Well, because when you're trying to promote freedom, how can you promote freedom while
If that's the case, we would be butt naked.
Child slavery.
Listen, wait. If that's the case, we would be butt ass naked standing outside if we all broke down everything we got to how it's made and how
no oil. We couldn't pull anything in our car.
I wear
Can I ask
American
something
made
about
clothes
real quick? Okay, so just sweet lady, she's from Burma. Again, it's a poor country. It's third world country. It's a lot of places still don't even have electricity. They have local agriculture. They have community. They don't have much of anything else. They live in little shitty huts. And but one thing that they do have is they have the time to get threads and needles and make their own clothes, and they have really cool clothes. And even though you can't really afford much over there, like to buy a pair of Nike shoes over there, you'd have to have a good job and save up for like a whole month to afford one pair of Nike shoes. Stuff that we can afford in the US, they can't afford over there, but they can still afford to make their own clothes. I just imagine if we had we had a society like agricultural society, and we had time to spend with our friends and family and use our creative skills. Again, a lot of people have artistic skills. They just don't have value in our society. We could be artistic and express ourselves better and get along and have time to be around the people we're supposed to know. Again, I mean, so that's why sometimes I think sweet lady, she thought it was better to come over here for the American dream, but I think she realizes in some ways they had things over there that are irreplaceable. But this kind of thing you're bringing in here with the division and the provoking and, oh, you wear these clothes that are made by slave labor. I get all that shit. In an ideal world, none of us should be doing that. But these are things almost everyone's doing, not because they want to support slave labor, but because, like, yeah, Right's saying, like, almost all the stuff in our consumer society is from these places. And, of course, all these places were made into the slave states they were after wars. And that's what we're not seeing the game. And that's why I've understood since I was 18 years old that eventually America could be the place where the war is. And then all of a sudden it's the slave state doing the slave labor for whatever new countries the empire. We could see our role reverse with China. For years it's been China.
And that's where
labor.
And that's where we're headed with the Belt and Road Initiative. If people are paying attention, we're headed right down that path.
Well, people tell themselves whatever they want to absolve.
What do you want in the world?
Responsibility.
Hold on,
what do you want in the world besides to critique everybody on here?
I would love if I could
keep it all honest.
I would love if in the world you could speak without being interrupted.
Wait a minute. Hold on. Because you have basically went against me, people in the chat. Will,
how did I go against
Zach,
you specifically?
Zach, but you've been even in the chat before you came on. You were kind of like, doing all, you don't know big words and all. You've been insulting and like, slickly. It doesn't bother me. I don't care. But since I
didn't mean for it to be an insult.
Now, hold on. You can't even listen. So now I know.
Well, you're lying about things that I say.
So
now, I supposed to say listen, not call you out?
So now you've went through everybody here, even people in the comments. So why are you here? What's your purpose?
Specifically, what did I say that was insulting to you? That you don't
know.
I'm
just saying.
Amygdala.
Don't
answer your question.
I even said it's
you've
not.
Been shooting low blows. You've been shooting low blows. So what? I don't care about it. What's your point of being here? Let's get to the point. Why are you here?
I just wanted to ask some questions. I want to know.
All right, have they all been answered?
I'll answer the Nike stuff.
Wait. Have they all? Wait, hold on. Have they all? Have they all been answered?
No, not at all.
What's your questions? Let's get this out of the way, and then we could kind of like clear it out and wind it down.
I'll handle the Nike thing because Nike's one of my favorite brand names. Nike and Polo, those are probably my favorite brand names. I'll be quite frank. I'm not sure about how Polo works, if they have slaves or not. The only counter to my argument, to your argument, would be obviously the one that, the Matrix said, which is, then I would have to shut this laptop down, this cell phone down. I wouldn't be able to reach people. I wouldn't be able to put gas in my car because they're controlled by the Bilderberg gas oil barons, right? But even higher than that, there's an argument to be made about Nike specifically that, one, they're actually better than a lot of the other jobs in that country. And secondly, don't forget that Nike stopped the state of Oregon from being taken over by a cult. So they have done some good things, and they all, like every good and bad corporation, they give money back, even just for good promo. So Nike's not the worst company. I wouldn't argue that all of them are. So that would be my retort.
Yeah, it's tough to see somebody who says they love freedom and then
that doesn't make any sense. That's
person
just listen. Hold on.
Let me do this.
This guy's like a little teenager that thinks he's smart. It's like a 17-year-old.
No, let's hear him out. Let's hear him out.
He doesn't have.
What do I sound like, Zach?
No.
Here's some more projection.
Get your point, Citizens Broadcasting. I want to hear your retort.
It's just you're actively using the product of your labor, your money, to
listen. Hold on. I'm gonna keep it 100. This is like what I. Hold on. Wait. This is what I.
Yeah. Wait. I can't say a thing. Just wait and don't say anything. Ask you lots of questions and then interrupt you whenever you try to answer.
All right. Listen. This is what I deal with every fucking day. And I make videos. You guys know when you see these people, those people, this is what I'm talking about. This right here. This guy on the stream right now.
Never answers the question and turns it into something else.
Yes,
I try to answer the question. You keep interrupting me.
More disingenuous. He's just like Brian. Brian's a piece of shit, and he tries to make it seem like I'm a piece of shit. Those are the most evil kind of people. And just like Mark
I haven't said one bad word about anyone.
The truth community are part of the Church of Satan. We know how big they are in with the whole 201 Club. Again, people who know my work, Anton LaVey died 201 days after his birthday and 201 days before the Pope's birthday. And there's a long people on that list, including Kobe, who had the 666 workout and had his career high in his most selfish game in his 666 game. But anyway, again, you guys, I really am starting to think Mark Passio, who Brian and Paul and these people you're talking about, they emulate the words of Mark Passio. This Church of Satan thing and this fake truth community, a lot of them who don't show their face, people like A Call for an Uprising who made multiple videos in the middle of the night talking about how he wanted to murder me and bathe in my blood. I mean, multiple times talking about the same stuff on a live stream. Psychopaths in this community. I've been attacked by all these weirdos for 9 years straight, and people don't understand why I'm frustrated. And you got, anyway. Yeah, right.
I'm not attacking you at all, Zach. I'm not attacking you.
On the damn stream.
Huh?
Why keep this troll on the stream?
I'm not attacking anyone. I haven't said a bad word about anyone.
You haven't answered one question.
Because
you
know
why are you here? Why
check
are
it out.
you here, troll?
Hey, check it out. You know why I keep him on the stream? Because if he came here to like fluster me and kick him off and get riled up, he gets what he wants. So
I respect all you guys.
Because they all know they get their ass beat if they.
Wait, guys, calm down.
Because I ask questions.
Let's take a second. Let's take a step. I know. I don't have to tell. The Matrix to calm down. The Matrix is teaching me to be calm, cool, and collective. That hasn't always been the case, and I'm still gonna.
Because you know why? Because we got to reserve this energy for when we actually need it. For when we actually do got to go hands on, use weapons, and be violent because something's going to be brought to us. So therefore, I'm reserving.
Well, first of all, I'm overly Zach's got a good balance of when he can sit there and chill, and I'm working on a balance. So here. I'm willing to give Citizens Broadcasting Cooperative. He's in my chat all the time. And I think he just said he respected all of us. And I probably believe that. I probably do because he's watching our videos.
Well, yeah, he's in there, but
so hear me out. He might be a troll too. But okay, so my retort
people think I'm a troll a lot because I'm very sardonic and I try to ask the right questions. And I do have a differing opinion than most people.
You don't answer any questions.
I'd love to answer some questions.
So let's go back and
answer Will's question.
Hold on, one Citizens Broadcast. Okay, so my point to you was, so my retort was, are they really slaves or are these better jobs than they would be getting? And hasn't Nike also done some good things as well? So that's my retort. And if you could please retort to my retort.
Well, for sure, corporations will donate to charities, but it's just another means of advertising, and
I agree.
It's built into their cost as well.
I agree.
Of the shoe, so the consumer is ultimately paying for that charity as well, and with Nike, a lot of that's advertising cost as well.
So what is this? What is the evidence of slavery that you have at Nike? Because you're saying it's slavery. Well, I want the evidence.
Yeah, there's a list that the UN put out.
So hold on. Why are you trusting United Nations? Let's take this Socratically. Because if you're saying if you're saying I'm for freedom and yet you're taking the word of the United Nations, we'll take it.
There's the UN and there has been other people that investigated journalists.
Specifically
on my channel, there's a documentary from out of France.
Okay, who made that documentary? Who financed that documentary? Hold on, citizens, because this is how the Socratic method works. In order, we can't just move to one claim to another. So First, your source is the United Nations. We both agree that's not a good source. So now you're talking.
Well, I don't know if it's not a
Okay.
good source.
Good.
It's
Well,
there.
you think so? Okay, let's go back. The United Nations is a good source.
It depends. Like, I'd say that they're a good source on this type of information.
Why?
It doesn't paint nations in a good light.
I will pause you there. The reason the United Nations will not paint nations in a good light is because the United Nations has been centralizing power. They want everyone to go to the United Nations. They want to take down nation states. So of course they're not going to put nations in a good light because they want the United Nations to do better. They're going to say, oh yeah, look at these US troops. Look at these horrible Russian troops. We need the UN peacekeepers to come in. So of course they're not going to paint nation states in a good light because they want control over nation states. I mean, David Rockefeller helped build the United Nations and he brags about it in his his son talks about it in his memoirs and his autobiography. So obviously, I wouldn't count that as a good reason to trust the United Nations there. So what other reasons do you trust the United Nations? If not, let's move on to the French film documentary here.
There's the on-the-ground workers as well. I think you can make a distinction where, yes, they're going to be hiring certain people based on a psychological profile, but there's so many on-the-ground workers in these countries.
Can we simplify the question quick?
So the question is this is the debate we're having. He thinks that how can I be for freedom when I wear clothes about like Nike and Polo? I don't know if Polo slaves. I honestly have no idea. I've never done thing, but I have heard from.
I have done a lot of research into it. And it's not just the UN. There's lots of sources that.
Sure. Okay. So what's the next best source?
I mean, there's lots.
Give me one. Give me the best one. You're telling me I'm wearing slave shit.
Let me chime in.
Wait. This is important.
Let me chime in as the moderator on your guys' debate. Will, if you look into these countries where these camps are, these massive work camps, I mean, like they have the police and military there to make sure people stay in and do their jobs. I mean, can you imagine working 16-hour days? Because it is real.
Okay. Let's say you're right. Secondly, let's say you're right. Let's say all
the argue that.
Okay, hear me out.
Like hear me out. America. Imagine having to go to your work camp and get your daily injection and your.
That's not what this is about, Zach.
And do your 16-hour job while the military stands around your workforce. And
I'm not
you
even
can't
saying
arguing
I
like,
disagree.
oh, maybe the quality of life is better. It's an insane argument.
Wait. I agree with you, Zach. I actually don't agree with my own argument. But what I'm doing here is using the Socratic method. This man is telling me that I'm wearing slave stuff, right? So yeah, I mean, anybody can just repeat what they saw, and I'm not saying this is the case with you, citizens. Anybody can just repeat what they saw on a documentary or heard from the United Nations or FBI or saw on the news. But I want to know if there's real evidence here, because and you guys would also, and I know you guys are not idiots, but you guys would be idiots to think that some of these documentaries, some of this footage, right, from some of these countries, you don't think the CIA has their hand on any of this? Now, I'm not saying there's not slave labor. I would actually argue like that.
I get all that. That's true.
Wait. I would argue like that. So this is
real. I mean, these work camps are real.
Okay.
Okay,
Zach. What's the best?
Part of
Okay. Hold on, Zach.
What's
the best evidence you have for these work camps?
I'll get Sweet Lady to come on here and talk about how conditions are for workers over in that part of the world.
That would be one person speaking out, right?
But this is somebody
hear me out. This is important. This is
talk to more people who are from that part of the world.
This is what I stand for, the Socratic method. Now, I may ultimately agree or disagree with you, but it's not about the argument. It's not about whether I agree. I probably agree with you guys here. So I'll tell you what I did the other day.
Well, look at how all of these countries have been conquered by our military that make all of our clothes. These are all countries.
Okay, so you're right. Okay, so that correlation doesn't equal causation. So I'm looking for evidence. So I did this again last night. I was debating a couple people. Now, I'm not sure if we went to the moon or not, but there was a couple people in the chat yesterday on Mrs. J's channel. Shout out to Mrs. J. Everyone go like, share, and subscribe to Mrs. J. We did a great video yesterday about NASA and the asteroid and blowing it up and all that. And I said, well, I don't trust NASA because they're a bunch of Masons, a bunch of Nazis, a bunch of occultists. And to me, everyone's like, well, of course we landed on the moon. A few people, of course. I was like, okay, what's your best evidence? So the first best evidence they put was that there's the laser refractors that refract off the moon. Now, as I told them, that's actually not evidence that we landed on the moon, because even if you believe the Russians, they dropped off similar things years after without having to land on the moon. So maybe we orbited the moon, but that in and of itself is not proof that we landed on the moon. So I went for an hour, and not one person was able to tell me any evidence that we went to the moon. So all I'm asking for is I want to know, you guys know what you believe in. So what is the best evidence? And now I'll shut up and then but we're going to take it step by step. This is the Socratic method, right? What is the best evidence that there are slave labor camps, and where are they located?
Okay, well, I think that is kind of skirting the issue. So let's just say that you are supporting slave labor. How can you reconcile loving freedom while using
I'm not sure.
vote?
I will get to that.
It's all about.
Well, I will answer that.
Hold on. This all boils down to intention. What's in your heart? If you think Will's putting on a clothes saying, I support child slavery, I support these corporations, I support all this.
When he gives the money, that's when he supports them.
What money?
The money that he paid for the product.
Do you think it's actually money? If you want to start breaking layers,
it's a representation of his labor. So he's laboring, and he's using that labor to support the slavery of another.
Listen, he's operating in slavery as well. We all are under the name employee. Technically, it's slavery, but they label it as employee. That is slave. We are slaves. So what's the difference between them and us? There's jobs I've had where I've worked way the fuck harder than
the difference is they're 8 years old.
Anyone in a Nike factory, I've worked way harder. I felt like I should have been getting paid $1 million, but I wasn't.
The difference is they're 8 years old, and there are nets around the factory to prevent them from committing suicide.
Hold on, this is one thing. Wait, stop. This is one thing about being blessed to have a foreign woman. Okay, they have different beliefs, and also if you go back in time, large families were formed because they knew if we had a bigger family, we can be more productive and we could work. And guess who worked? Children that were able to physically move, whether it was 5, 6, 7 years, 8, 9, 10 years old, used to be able to actually work with the family to create something.
And then we discovered developmental psychology and knew that was a terrible thing to happen.
Whether a corporate, hold on. It doesn't matter.
It does matter. Okay, the suffering of children doesn't matter.
It is a suffering of children. There is a suffering of children. It all depends on what faction and what level you're talking about, because you say child labor. That you're not breaking it down to the ones that are being
80 million child slaves making products for the West. Okay.
I get that, but you still didn't understand what I said about what are we arguing here?
You're saying that children have worked in history, so it's okay for them to work today.
All right, children have worked, young children, slave labor, whatever you want to call it.
And then I say developmental psychology happens, and we know how terrible that is for a child, that they need to be playing and learning at that time. And you say it doesn't matter.
Hold on. I would also add a point of contention here. Although I do think psychology is valid in a lot of ways, keep in mind, this is not proof of anything. These developmental science psychologists, remember, there are good with the bad as well too, right? I do think it's there's a lot of BS in psychology too, right? There's the replication crisis, there's the funding, there's the fact that they've caught hoaxes, and let alone the individuals themselves who created and continue to create psychology and their ties and stuff like that too. But I do understand your point, right? Yes. Okay. But you're saying what you're saying here is let's just for the sake of argument say that Will is indeed wearing slave clothes. You made a bold claim. You said
because there's hundreds of articles that you can point to.
Okay. So that's what I'm saying. We've been talking for quite a while now, and the only proof you've given me is the United Nations, which I don't think is any proof. Or evidence, I should say. And then secondly, you named some French documentary and you're talking about articles. Let's start with them. Let's see this evidence, because you're making a bold claim against me that I'm wearing the clothes of an 8-year-old, that an 8-year-old slaved over. So you made a bold claim.
And as Carl 3rd, 2020.
I'm gonna shut up in 1 second, but as Carl Sagan says, extraordinary claims require extraordinary evidence. So what is your evidence? What is the best evidence that you have that I am? Because I'm not going to have a debate on you based on a false premise. The premise of your argument is that I'm not for freedom because I'm wearing clothes that were made by an 8-year-old slave.
I
What
knew in
is
the
the-
90s
what is the best evidence that you have? What is the proof that you have that I am indeed wearing the clothes of an 8-year-old slave?
There's you don't think hundreds of articles
He's not
is
gonna
enough?
Give me
answer
one.
the
Just give me one. Let's give
He
me
won't
one.
answer the question.
Just one, sure.
Hundreds of articles from who? The
Employing
mainstream.
child
Wait.
labor.
Hundreds of articles from who?
papersowl.com.
Hundreds of articles who? The mainstream news? The same people that lied
I've
about
never heard
Jeffrey
of
Epstein?
papersowl.com before.
Here, let me sub in because I'm sort of taking up his position. This is the one place I'm going to defend him in this stream. Okay,
what's the best
you
evidence?
can defend me in other places. You just didn't like what I had to say at first.
Well, I didn't like how you're just being smarmy and rude. When I tuned into the stream and fast forward, you were talking shit to right. It's like, dude, he has you on.
I wasn't talking any type of nothing.
Okay. Anyway, I don't want to argue about
one
that.
thing.
Here's
One
the point. I
offensive
just want
thing
to say
that I
this
said.
about what you're talking about with the debate, with the labor thing. Will, in the United States of America, do corporations exploit prison labor?
Yes.
Absolutely.
Yes, they do, right?
I believe
Hell
so.
yeah.
I haven't seen the books
Come on, man. You
firsthand.
believe so? You don't know? You don't understand that all sorts of corporations?
You're not understanding what I'm trying to
employees?
do here. This is not, again, Zach. I'll let you talk, but this is a thought exercise. This has nothing to do. I personally believe, yes, that these corporations. But what's the evidence? I'm just showing. What's the evidence? What's the evidence that?
We're using logic, right? Since you went into the philosophy realm.
So
we're
what's
using
your
logic.
evidence?
So we
we're
know that
using logic.
corporations exploit prison labor. Now we know
I'm
that
not
the
sure.
U.S.
What's your
military. I
evidence?
know you're not going to debate this either. The U.S. military uses its military and CIA all over for strategic purposes in the U.S. And you look at all these countries that our clothes labels are, and so many of our other products. They are countries that we have militarily dominated since the end of World War II. And we talk about Vietnam, but we were in a lot more countries than Vietnam. All the ones that are shipping all the shit to us, that's where we've been. And so you understand all these things. I just feel like this stuff, I get annoyed easily because my fuse is short because I'm just so sick of humanity. It's like, why are we even fucking doing this right now? We know corporations and greedy, powerful interests run this world. The banks, the mega corporations, the governments with the big ass militaries. This is who runs this world. And again, to me, I don't know what the point of this debate is because it almost just feels like you like Nike and some of these corporate brands.
No, Zach, you're missing the point. You're not hearing what I'm trying to say here. As I said,
time is valuable.
I understand, and that's why I'm doing this. I understand. That's why I'm doing this. I understand time is valuable because here's the thing: when somebody's a right winger or a left winger, and then they wake up, then they go to Alex Jones, and then they're just set for life because they finally hear somebody different. My point is the Socratic method. That's why I always mention it all over again. Like I said earlier, I probably agree with the both of you on this. However, this is not about whether I agree or disagree. This is an exercise in the Socratic method. People talk, as Mark Twain said, and I'm not accusing anybody of this. I'm accusing people that, like, just in the truth movement that, instead of repeating Democrat, Republican talking points, then they just start QAnon or Alex Jones talking points. We all have to think for ourselves, right? So we can't take anything for granted. That's what the Socratic method says, right? So my point here is this. Good, show me the evidence, right? I could agree with you guys, but as Mark Twain said, most of people's opinions are not.
Right.
Wait. Here, this is important. I'll let you talk. I'll let you talk.
They're even here in our own country. So if you can fathom that, you can imagine how it is in these countries.
Worse,
like Agent Orange all over there.
But I can imagine. I can imagine a lot of things, and I can. So yes, there just because there's bad things going on here doesn't mean that there's bad things going on there. That's what I'm saying. Evidence, as Mark Twain said. Most people's opinions aren't worth a brass farthing. They often come at secondhand without examination. Now, Citizens Broadcasting is saying, hey, I'm a hypocrite, and I am. I'm a hypocrite in many aspects.
We're all hypocrites.
We're all hypocrites, right?
Yeah,
but
none of us are perfect.
We all are. But this.
Wait. Hold on. Citizens Broadcast System. Are you
none of us are perfect.
Are you a hypocrite?
Sure.
Okay.
Yeah. I have a laptop, so.
All right,
I exploit child labor and the environment, but I do try to limit.
So how can you call somebody out talking about freedom
if there is an alternative? If there is an alternative, I will.
You see how easy we can get to the. We see how easy we can get to the point. We're all in a fucked up situation, but yet here we compartmentalize. I can't even say the fucking word because I'm not intelligent. But we all can compartmentalize all these little things that keep us fucking fighting with each other.
Exactly.
Like I have American-made shoes, but that's because there's an option to have American-made shoes. Is there an American-made
Jordans? It doesn't matter.
Laptop? I don't know.
The way I see it is, we all need to find our commonality. Our commonality, I think, with everyone in this room. I don't know about the troll guy who I keep referring to as a troll, but the other three of us, our commonality is we all see the tyranny in this world and it needs to be stopped. But then we have these debates about what is actually the tyranny and how do we stop it. Those are the conversations that need to be had. Like, we can use the Socratic method and bring proof and evidence and show, look, this is something we need to start doing. This is something we need to stop doing. If we all do these two things right here, it's going to have a tremendous impact. And there's things like that.
Exactly.
Stop supporting exploitation, and that's going to have a big effect.
So that's why I agree with you. That's the one thing I like about you, Troll. I agree with your argument there. I think Will is too caught up in the corporate logos. Polo and Nike are evil fucking companies that I have a million posts on, that from the dead models connected to Polo to the shit Nike's been involved with.
I fall into that. You know, it is what it is, but you know, it's just, hey, we're all not fucking perfect, you know, but
hey, I would say again, I would go back to my point, right? Because that's why that's why I'm highly skeptical. There's only a few things in this world that I will debate on because I know them. I know for a fact that 9/11, the official story that they told us, cannot be true. I know that. I spent years researching it, and I know that to be true. I can debate anybody on that. I know there's also no proof for a Christian, Muslim God. There's no proof. Now, I personally believe in a God, but in the religious aspect, there's absolutely no proof yet contradictions. I also know that the Federal Reserve. I also know that the Federal Reserve is illegal. I know that the Bilderberg Group is a real thing. These are things that I know. Everything else, we don't know those things. We have to find out.
Will, even though I'm not religious myself, and I don't necessarily fully disagree with your statement, I just say, should we say that there's no proof that the Christian, or it's the same God really for all of them? All the Abrahamic religions are all tied to the same story. But maybe there is actually a way to prove that elements of their God are true if you have enough knowledge and information.
That's possible, and I'd be willing to see it upon presentation.
So that's why I think we shouldn't talk in definitive terms, because I think that's what alienates us too. I do it as well, but I try not to do it.
I see what you're saying there, and with Christianity, you're absolutely right. I shouldn't have used that because, and this goes for everything. If all of a sudden there's new evidence for 9/11, right, where it turns out it wasn't an inside job, I'll look at that shit too. You know what I'm saying? So I keep an open, skeptical mind. I shouldn't have used that as Christianity as a thing, but I'm talking about hardcore facts that I can go and I can touch the Federal Reserve. I've been there many times.
September 11th is New Year's Day on the Christian Coptic calendar, and a lot of historians contend that's Jesus' real birthday. In light of what we teach about the society of Jesus in that day, people should look into this stuff.
Well, it's a lot more plausible that September 11th was Jesus' birthday than December 25th.
It is, because he has a summer birthday, and that's in the time of summer.
That's true.
Or January 7th, as the Orthodox say.
Well, I will give you good news, Citizens Broadcasting Cooperation. Because I keep an open but skeptical mind, you're not the only person that's told me. I've been a revolutionary for a long time, and I like to wear the shit I do. But because of that, I've been working with Right, The Matrix, and others to print my own shit, to get my own stuff with no slave labor.
Yeah, I noticed that.
And it's going to be for sale soon. And so I would like to thank you for that. Now,
thank you, Will.
Well,
and the debate was about that I wanted was about the responsibility of the consumer, right, who engages in that type of behavior. Because I do think, like democracy, capitalism requires an educated actor making decisions that better their lives and their communities. And so when you're not making that informed choice, like you're saying, is Nike child labor? Maybe not. Do I have a responsibility with my economic vote? That's where my question lies.
So, great. So now, so my question to you is, where do we draw the line, right? Because, like you said, I could be out here with no laptop, with no cell phone, but I'm not going to reach as many people. I'll just be like the town crazy man, which I already am. So, where do we draw the line here? Because I agree.
I think that we need to start manufacturing in North America again and start with the semiconductors. not putting those toxic jobs off to children on the other side of the world. That we should be, we should have a manufacturing base in North America.
And how do you think the best way to do that is? What do you think that we can do? Obviously, I think NAFTA and GATT were shit shows, and that would obviously help bring jobs back. But I personally am an anarchist, so what should we do? Because no matter whatever, even if it's not immediately anarchy, anything that we do that, in my opinion, steps towards freedom and away from tyranny is a good thing. And I do agree, child labor is a real problem. And I do agree we should take steps to abolish it. So let's, as Zach points out, let's talk about some solutions here.
Yeah, I'd say, big solution is to get investment domestically on these products, because there's people here that want to work.
That's why I'm all for the Belt and Road Initiative. I want it to happen because it cuts us off from them, and we got to fend for ourselves on this Alaskan tip, which will probably be owned by Russia all the way down to fucking Peru or wherever the hell down there.
That's an interesting take. He actually wants the Belt and Road.
I want it because then we got to fend for our fucking self. And guess what? That'll bring everything back here. We'll start from the bottom and build back up. I'm all for it. Fuck. I'm all for it, man.
It's the only solution at this point. I think humanity is unsavable. So
yeah.
Then why are you out here?
We're just trying to get.
I'm just reaching these conclusions. I want to prove myself wrong. That's why you got to prove your theories wrong. So
I'm out here. You know what? I'm out here because guess what we need, guys? We need builders. So therefore, we need the old minds to build a new way to understand where not to ever fucking go again.
Right. And again, we're planting seeds, man. These could be the seeds that lead the future people in the right direction. Sometimes it takes 100 years or longer for things to be realized. So.
Right. Exactly.
We're here to ask that. When you ask that question, I get why you say it based on what we just said, but it's like you got to look at us, man. We're passionate about creating change. We're just frustrated because it seems like all people want to do is fight and argue and say, again, it's ego, man. Everybody's ego.
Just like I said earlier. Now this YouTube been around since what? 2005, 6, 7, 8. I don't remember. Yeah, but like before technology, how the fuck did people get together and disseminate information and get up and create some type of something?
Smoking cigarettes on work break.
How they did it, they came together in the physical. All this new, I'm gonna be God and self, and I'm gonna stay here and do it on my platform and wait. That shit is, where did this even? I don't even understand that. I never did since I ever came to YouTube. I still don't understand it. It's just, it's crazy.
I understand the aspect because people want. Because it's people want. I think I could be wrong here, but I'm assuming the reason Paul is saying that is because even it's to my point, which I was saying earlier. It's like once people wake up, then they find a new person. Maybe it's Ben Shapiro, maybe it's Alex Jones, maybe it's QAnon, something like that. And people, he's trying to inspire people to be your own leaders. But do you think Malcolm? And again, I know there's problems with these people. I know there's heavy problems with MLK and Gandhi, but. Do you think no man is an island? You know what I'm saying? Gandhi wasn't marching by himself. MLK wasn't marching by himself. Yeah, no. I mean, Paul Unslaved could be, but I get his point because we all do need to become leaders. But at the same time, I mean, we can voluntarily work with one another. You know what I'm saying? I'm no expert on gematria, right? But I have no problem standing shoulder to shoulder with Zach about 9/11 truth, right? I mean, and Paul, one of Paul's things was saying, well, then if I go there, then if I don't like what you're saying, then I'm lumped in with you. Well, as I've said, sometimes I agree with Zach, sometimes I don't.
But what he preaches is he preaches not being fearful, and he's not fearful of anything. But that's fear. Just everything he's talking about. If you didn't watch, I know you didn't catch the first half, but I laid it all out before I even started letting anybody on here of what he is from my perspective, and then go back and watch it. I mean, that's what's going on.
That Paul guy. When people start talking and he sees his viewers go down, he cuts them off right away and says, "You're ruining my show." That's why do you care if people are leaving over that too? It's just like, I mean, he's worried about all the wrong things. So he might come across as wise and knowing, but he's immature.
Like I said earlier, he's a baby in his awakening. I respect where he came from. Anyone that could overcome the streets and drugs and addiction, that's a feat in its own. From seeing what I see on the streets and for him to come out of it, I get it. But he has now embodied something that is, I think he'll grow out of it. But right now, he's just living in his inner child, and he's got followers, and he's the god, and he makes them salute to him. He plays them, he pimps them.
Yeah,
He even
it's
says
evil, man. It's gross to
he
watch.
even
I can't
says
stand that stuff.
he even says he pimps them, and they don't realize it, and he feeds off their energy.
And imagine that. Imagine Brian promotes this guy and tries to make me look like a bad person. What he's doing on his channel is totally gross.
It
and
is.
have everybody call him daddy. It's gross, man. And that's ego, man. He just wants to be worshipped.
Yeah, exactly what he's doing.
Yeah, I'll feel like I'm that type of person, and they're cheering for him.
And this is a disclaimer. This isn't Will. This isn't Zach. This isn't Citizen. This is me saying this. So, just in case, this is just this is what I'm saying about him. This is not nothing to do with anybody else.
And I never watched Paul Unslaved before this.
I take that.
Well, I don't know Paul enough to really speak on him, but I do think it would be a really good idea. I don't I know Zach. I've met him a couple times, but I haven't known him for years and years and years. From my interaction with Right the Matrix, he's treated me like a brother, like a son, like amazingly. And my thing is, I'm always cool with people that are cool with me until you give me a reason not to be cool with you. Everybody is not a shill until I see proof that they are a shill. But I do think, forget the truth community. We could do this in the auditing community too. Let's just use the auditing community. It's the truth and the auditing community. It overlaps. But there's well over 1 billion, 2 billion views of all the auditors combined. And, I've been trying for years just with the auditing, even before that with the truth community. But then the last few years, the auditing community too, like shit, we got millions and hundreds of millions of subscribers between us. Fucking James Freeman's got fucking 367. Brian's got over 500,000. Fucking Sam Joaquin's got all these subscribers. We all got all these subscribers, man. We don't even have to join. Like Right the Matrix said, we don't even have to fucking meet each other all the time. You just share my video, I share your video, right? And then if something big happens, we want to fucking go. Some auditor gets arrested for like in New Jersey.
All it is just networking. These people do all this shit and worry about views and money. They don't realize if we were together, whatever their shit is, it would be 100 times more.
Oh, I gotta say this. Here, Right the Matrix. I'm sorry. This is the point I always make. The Bilderberg Group, the World Economic Forum, the Council on Foreign Relations, they're sitting there. The United Nations, they're sitting there. They're meeting. They're making decisions illegally, violently about your future. So why would it be a bad thing if me, Zach, and all the people in Right the Matrix and the truth community got together once in a while and said, hey, maybe we want to, these people are playing against us. Why don't we make some nonviolent claims against them?
And guess what? Like I always say,
maybe that's a good idea.
Guess what? What I always say is all these people that come together, they don't even fucking like each other. You know what I mean? They don't like each other, but they know they have an agenda, and the agenda is us. Therefore, they come together to rule us. So how the fuck hard is it to figure out, well, fuck, we don't like each other, but we all know what the problem is. We need to come together and flip the pyramid upside down.
Well, the thing is, most people
can't
can't stand up to authority. 80% of people, if you trust the
training,
the Milgram experiment,
be broke. If we were raised a different way, people, it would be the other way around. We've been raised to obey and be obedient of authority.
So how do we snap these people out of it?
Doing what we're doing.
Just keep doing what we're doing.
Nurture, I don't know.
Just keep doing.
But see, Will, anytime I talk to you, I lose hope because I'm like, Will just stays so flat with this subject. He's like, I still don't get the dude. It's just like Coolio, just again for the millionth fucking example of the same thing. That doesn't blow your mind the way they do that shit. And again, I'm talking about
Zach. I'm going to be very honest with you and everybody watching right now. This year, I found out. Besides effed up stuff with my family, I found out I had a sibling I never knew about. I also ended a 6-year relationship. I also found out that one of my best friends, and then I was homeless, living in a car with 2 other people. So I've intended to go through all of your videos, but I'm just now catching up on things, Zach. So you got to give people baby steps too, because I'm not. That's the first time I publicly said all this shit, but I've been going through a lot behind the scenes this year. So last night I fell asleep to a few of your videos on replay, and I've been watching a few more this week. But you got to give me some time, okay? So don't give up.
I get that. I appreciate you, Aaron. I appreciate you putting that out there, and I'm glad you said that because
and to add to that, me knowing Will on a personal level, being with him multiple times, spending hours and days with him, man, that guy is one of the most, I don't know how to say it. It's like a walking angel, you know. I don't know. It's something there that you got to be around him to understand, you know. Same thing with Zach. I mean, people don't come together, or people don't know people off of the face on the camera to be in the energy to understand how people truly are, you know. So, you know, just to add to that, as far as Will goes, I mean, your heart, where your heart and your intentions are at, and unfortunately, it makes it to where your life is hard sometimes, you know, Will. So because your heart is so pure and you do have so much love that it puts you in bad situations sometimes, you know, and that's why I like you. I look at you like a brother to me, you know.
Likewise, man, and literally,
well, you are. I don't look at you. You are, you know, just like
because of you, you're heavy on this. There's a handful of other people, but you were like right at the top because of the shit that you helped me with this year, the shit that you taught me this year. I fucking started getting out of those situations when I raised my vibration because what you were telling me, bro, and others. I shed those negatives, and so now I'm back up. I'm working my way back up. But you know,
and guess what?
But you know what? I will say this too.
The thing about that is, I didn't do anything but reflect yourself to you. That's all I did. I'm just that mirror. That's all I do. I don't.
Well, I love you, brother.
I thank you for that. But in reality, is all I do is when I try to do one-on-ones like that, is I just reflect you back at you through me. And I've learned that in my life. When I really changed in my life is when I stopped and I listened to people. But what I did was I listened to people by reflecting myself through those words. And that's changed my whole life for a very long time, you know? So I just give that back to people because that's something I learned to better myself. And it goes back to Citizens, what he says about I'm a god of reptile brain. I don't gotta know all that. I understand when energy comes in my body, how to deal with it. That's because, like the thumbnail that I had on here, all you do is you conquer your mind. You know,
it's good for people who don't know to be able to identify it.
And then your mind, you actually, like Zach, I connected with his mind. All the shit you guys worry about, the people worry about his attitudes and this and that. I connect with his mind. I was around him. I feel his heart, his energy. I look at his work. When he was standing out, people forget when he was standing out there on the corner in the cold, all the shit he went through. Like, that was fucking crazy. And I was there, you know, supporting, trying to show people, even in the chat, like, do you see what just happened? How could these synchronicities happen? You know, by him being on the corner, the shit that we were witnessing firsthand was what was to come when we did gather in person. You know, the synchronicities, the crazy, you know, the crazy shit, you know, the emotions from other people, how they would be triggered, you know, how some people came back and apologized, you know, it's just
well,
so
and that's the thing that you guys bring it up too, is it doesn't, even if I didn't like Zach, it doesn't make a difference. Even if Zach was the biggest douchebag in the world, he's still out there on 9/11, right? I mean, other people on 9/11, they were at home, they were sleeping, they were waiting, they had their hands in their pants waiting for the football game to come on, and Zach was out there in the rain on 9/11. So even if Zach was a total douchebag to me every fucking time I met him, I'd still stand out there with him because he's out there telling the fucking truth about 9/11.
And it's okay, Will. I'm not very nice to you, so I think you honestly probably do feel that way in some ways.
No. Honestly, Zach, as I said to you before,
listen real quick, though. I just want to say I'm glad what you said, though, bringing up all that stuff, because it reminds you don't know what people are dealing with. I didn't know you were dealing with all that shit, but it's also a reminder a lot of people in America are dealing with a lot of shit because we live in a really fucked up place. And again, for all the people who judge me for being angry, I've told my story a million times. I grew up in a house where pots and plans were flying and shit was getting broken, people were screaming at each other 24/7. So, I mean, I grew up around anger, but in a way...
What happens when we all come together? Guess what? We all have the same commonalities of how
we get along, right?
how we
there
were
for a common purpose.
How we were all fucked up growing up, broken houses, broken families, all kind of shit. Like all of us, basically, we don't have any fucking family or really any friends. You know what I mean? Outside of, waking up, because we separated ourselves from that. And when we come together and we actually share our stories, we have a lot of commonalities between each other. And it's actually, some of it's pretty fucking amazing. Some people, they're like mirror what you went through, And that's why I promote coming together so much. People hate it and they down it. It's because of fear. And what I say is, most people lost their mothers, brothers, sisters, uncles, wives, kids, everything. You already lost every fucking body. So you know that there's other family out there. There's spiritual family. We all talk about consciousness, vibes, understanding. Well, guess what? There's spiritual family. All right. And a lot of us know that. So what's the better way than to get out and be in the energy and say, oh my God, this person will do more than me than my family ever done. Or this person right here, he reached out to me and didn't even know what was going on and wants to help this and help. I mean, it's just what we're into. It's never been, this is all new. You know what I mean? But when we actually break it down and look at it, you got to look at it for what it is, man. So that's what I'm about.
Yeah. And Mexican Righteous, thank you everybody for being in the chat. Please share this video. Mexican Righteous with the great comment says, fighting with siblings. Honestly, guys, we're all we got. And that's another big up I'll give Zach. And Zach was saying, oh, Will, I think you think that. I don't. Honestly, I think it takes most times that you come at me, you're not saying, hey, Will, you're lazy, you're a bad person, you're a woman beater. Which I would never beat a woman. You're saying, hey, Will, freaking, you try this approach, or you're not getting this, and that's cool. That's criticism. That's constructive criticism. We need that, right? And obviously, we should do it with tact. I'm not attacking you, but we should all try to take a step back, like Mexican Righteous says. That's why we're all siblings. And the great thing is, I've been in activism for many years now, so I've been able to witness people come together for the first time here in Providence, Rhode Island, where for the first time and meet with like-minded people, and they fucking love it. We were having these meetings called Meetings of the Open Mind, and we'd meet like once a month. We'd all go out at a restaurant and we'd talk and we'd build and all that. And Zach's got this, and now basically the way better updated version of it across the whole country, across the whole globe. So when I went to Oklahoma City to meet Zach for the first time and his crew, it was a beautiful experience, because as the Matrix is saying right now, like a lot of us, man, we lost people, or we've been ostracized, or the black sheep. And I want to thank Zach profoundly for, and I don't even know how much you noticed, but it was one of the most beautiful things I ever saw when we were at that little bowling alley, bar, pool table place, and just seeing everybody after, going out there for so many hours doing activism all day, everyone having a drink or relaxing, and people from all over the country who had been ostracized by their family and had no friends, and didn't have people to talk to, people like all of us, you know what I'm saying? They were all coming together and they were meeting new people. They were networking and they were having a good time, man. And besides the activism, and I think that was extremely powerful and extremely beautiful to see people coming together like that. And so I want to thank.
And how was it? How was it on the ride home from there? Remember that ride home?
Of course I do. I mean, honestly, man, the whole vibe with everybody, man. That's why, like, it's exactly right what the Matrix says. I mean, everybody's got a varying degree of this, but I'm just starting to try to re-heal some of the. I mean, basically, when I found out what was going on, I dedicated my life to this. I tried to talk to my family about this, and they thought I was crazy, right? And so, and this is all I do. So when we get together, or when we have the Zoom call during the pandemic to say, hey, Will, how's it going? I'd be like, I can't talk about what I did, even if it was something cool that I would like to tell them, like, hey, mom, like not my mom, but on the other side of the family, hey, grandma, like I had 1 million views on a video, or hey, mom, I interviewed this really important person, but you can't even talk to them about that. Hey, what's going on? Hey? And so I just didn't have a relationship besides fucked up shit with my family for a really long time. And even if we do or don't like each other, like, it doesn't really make a difference, but there is something to be said to coming together with your tribe. That doesn't mean we all have to believe with each other or whatever, but there's nothing wrong with getting together with people, doing activism and standing together. And Mexican Right just makes another point. I think that what we could do as a solution is have a thing where we come to all the truthers and the activists and we make a 3-point program. 3 shit we can all agree on. Because, I mean, stop child trafficking or end illegal wars. I don't know. But I know there's 2 or even just 1 fucking thing that all truthers could come together on and say, hey, what do we agree on? We'll take it from there. And then after we change the world in that aspect, then it's a fucking WWE debate brawl off between Will and whoever's the biggest guy out there, because I'm in the heavyweight division. And then we can take it from there. You know what I'm saying? That's what I think.
I agree. Or maybe even less than 3 things, maybe 1 thing or 2 things. Like I said before, we all start doing this and we all stop doing this. I mean, if you had a massive thing where like millions of people are participating in that, you could have an instant impact.
Yeah, I agree.
Everybody stop going to traffic court. Everyone stop paying.
Exactly. Or get out, or you know, like me in my life. I mean,
no one's renewing their tabs this year.
Right. Like I'm in my life where I want to go stand out in front of the public safety building. Well, not but where they go in for family court, you know, and hand people things and saying, look, this is what you do. You're going in here for the first time. Tell them, fuck no. I want to judge. Don't shut that fucking court down. You know, this is shit that I want to do in my own.
We got to do that. Yeah, right. The Matrix. Let's do that one of these days. Hell yeah. That's a great idea.
You know, like, hey, look, I want to see a judge, you know, because I know that I've been going there for years and I'm back there again. So it's shit like that where you get to enough, you're like, you know what? I want to do something. I want to get out here. I want to do this. It doesn't matter what it is, but we got to get out. We got to get active, you know, come together, common ground. And it would be nice to do it on a platform, but we see how that's going, you know. So
Zach was talking about ego getting in the way of creators, and I think that creators probably have a high propensity for a bit of an ego. They want to put themselves in front of the camera. You know, that's just an example. But what's important is to know how ego manifests in behavior, and one of those ways is comparing ourselves to others. So by saying, oh, look at the content I do, but I only have, you know, 1/10 of the content that this idiot putting out nonsense has. That's maybe, while true, is an ego-based behavior, and it comes from the comparison.
Yeah. And that's a product of human psychology, evolution, they would say. And we're always going to compare ourselves to others. And I do agree. Yeah, ego does come into play.
Look, you got to look at what they did. I mean, it's right in front of us. YouTube, Facebook, YouTube. It's going to be all about you. So
it's not WeTube. Yeah.
Right. You know what I mean? So there's one of the things right there. And then you see how they put everybody in little sectors, and they even now I think they flipped the algorithms to where it's only gonna link people to those different areas. That's why coming together and bridging that fucking gap and distorting.
That's why it's so important. That's why it's so important is because the reason getting together in person, even just going out your own in person, is so important is because of that right there. Yeah, right. The Matrix has been banned 30-something times. Zach has been banned 20, 30-something times. I've been banned off Facebook. Even when Yeah, right, the Matrix and I were in New York with Zach, we basically filmed the same. We were both like streaming at the same time. We both got a strike. I appealed and it went through, and it didn't go through his appeal. So yes, we have to. I mean, they're banning the shit out of us. We don't have a choice. What are we just gonna stay in our little corner of the internet and just talk to the same people? Because we're not reaching a bunch of people.
And then to add to that, what Zach's doing, people hate it. And I always say it's a conviction. People are convicted by that. They're like, fuck. You know, this, unbeknownst to them, people call it secretly hating and this and that. I just say it just triggers something in themselves that they can't do, so they have to lash out. And instead of supporting, they got to lash out. I mean, this is a condition. This is a human condition. So they see him doing, you mean to tell me there's not one fucking thing that he did that you can say good about? You know, that's the thing that gets me. Like, how can everything be bad about?
Yeah, you could always say, well, Zach, I disagree with you here, there, and there, but what I have to give you credit on is this.
Right.
Exactly.
It's like, yeah, I mean, how can anyone deny what the fuck they saw? Like, you know, just like they mention it. So, you know, they've been watching. Oh, in New York City, you know, they watch. You know, Brian watched that shit. You know, Paul watched that shit. Come on. But they can't say nothing positive about that. It's all negative. You know, that's when you got to question certain people, because how could everything be all negative? No, that person.
I call. Okay, so somebody messaged me, Jason D, who pounded pavement with me in Minneapolis. Shout out to Jason D. Had a joint rolled, and I don't want to get him in trouble, but anyway, because I just remembered it's not like Washington State and Minnesota yet. But anyway, Jason D was in Brian's chat when Paul and Brian were going on, and then he messaged me and he said, hey, they were just talking about building bridges, and then 5 minutes later you came up, and then Brian denounced you, and then he said, you know, then this Paul guy kind of just went along with Brian, so I went and listened to it myself, and then it was the other day. Somebody messaged and said I should tune into Paul's stream because they're talking about creating community and action. And so I tuned in, and that's what they were talking about for the brief moment. And then I asked if I could get on the stream, and they probably put me on like 10 minutes later. And then the way I talked to him at the beginning, I felt like that deserved a proper response, but it just set him off into a mode talking a whole bunch of shit. And then he said, see, I knew I could trigger that guy. You guys, I really do. I know some of you might think this is paranoid, but I'm pretty sure that almost all these people on YouTube, there's a real commonality with how many people are on YouTube that have a background in prison. And Paul's another one of them. And again, it's hard to get a job when you get out of prison. And I'm starting to wonder, with the intelligence agencies being in so many things, are they reaching out to some of these guys because they know that they're good talkers or more intelligent than the next guy, and they have them on orders? Because I've been dealing with the same shit for 9 years straight. Everybody who has a platform or any kind of buzz, whenever they talk about me, they got to say something real bad or why I'm this kind of bad guy. And it just seems unreal. It's like, how can everybody fucking hate me and have something? And just how many, do you guys remember? Yeah, right. Might remember when the car crashed in my house on Christmas Eve 2016. Everyone who had a platform, everyone made a video saying it was a hoax, and it wasn't. And again, it's like this community has been just always attacking and trying to make me look like a bad person. When at the end of the day, it's like all I ever tried to do was share information with them and say, listen, you need to talk about this because it emphasized your point. In the case of Brian, you're telling people to forget religion and government. Well, look how this knowledge shows how connected they are in these numbers of authority and how they're used ritualistically over and over in every last thing they do to us. How could you not want to know this as more knowledge to see how rigged the game is? I mean, you're playing the clip on your channel of George Carlin talking about a big club and you're not in it. Let's learn a little bit more about that club. God, it even factors in with how George Carlin died. But anyway.
Yeah.
Yeah, and that's the point, right? Like I got trolls. We all got trolls, and it's like these people must have some issues because, I mean, let's just say hypothetically, which I do not agree with whatsoever, but just for the theoretical stake of the argument, let's just say Zach actually indeed hoaxed a car crash at his house. Okay, that's terrible, right? But instead of focusing on Zach, you ever heard of a bigger hoax? You ever heard of Hurricane Sandy? You ever heard of 9/11? You ever heard of the Federal Reserve bank system? Okay, let's investigate Zach's stuff, but can we have priorities first, right? Right? Like let's worry about the big things.
But people care about drama more. When I called into Paul's stream, the only super chat he got in that whole live stream was right after him and I had our altercation. That's what people want to watch. I noticed I was having a stream like a month ago where I just went on this crazy rant. And I was like, I bet everyone's tuning off because I didn't even pay attention to the chat or the numbers. But then I come back and all of a sudden there's all these super chats like crazy.
Zach, why don't we start a rivalry and we'll get money and we'll fool people and it'll be
that's what people pay for. People would rather watch me bullshit and talk shit and donate for that than me give out a 3-hour stream with nothing but information and facts. I'll get way more donate and I don't get on. It doesn't make me get on here and do because it just makes me feel wrong and icky. It's like it makes me feel like, why am I even doing it? This is what people care about, talking shit. I mean, come on.
Yeah, absolutely right. Drama is
and if you look at, like I said earlier in the stream before you guys came on, that's what he attracts. People who probably woke up a little bit. Now they were into like football, Saturday Night Live, reality shows. Now they stumble upon Paul. Oh, he's awake like me a little bit. and then it turns into a fucking Saturday Night Live skit every time he gets on there because it's entertaining and people escape through that way. A lot of them are drinking beers and like, you know, just clowning around.
Exactly. That's why I always make the point. Entertainment's very valuable. Knowledge, you can go to a library or a used bookstore, get free knowledge. A book worth $1 million for $1.50. I mean, knowledge doesn't have a lot of value in our society. That's one of the things that has to change. It's only going to change with us getting out and doing things like we did in New York, but a lot more, and people doing it all the time, all over. I mean, that could be happening every weekend in New York, easy, if people got organized.
Yeah.
It's like that the man who came out with his father. He's got this idea to start a dojo because he's trained in martial arts, and to get people from that community who came out in New York to come, you know, be at the dojo and have community and learn self-defense and have. I think it's a great idea. I mean, I think that's the future. I think then all of a sudden, like, Will, if you have a financial problem, if you got something like the dojo and people are funding that and coming there and having community, that allows you to do the things you need to do. And it's just like when I did this shit for fun. People don't understand this. I worked here every single day for 5 years straight and never raised a penny. People are always hating on me. And then finally, when I monetized my stuff, I put it out for free or minimum donation. Again, people supported my work because they saw the way I worked my ass off for 5 years. That's what you call earned it, right? That's earned it. And again, what I taught people wasn't bullshit. Look at what so many people were peddling 9 years ago, how false it is now today. You can't say what I taught was false. 9 years ago, I was teaching about killing black men in 59. Look at yesterday. Coolio did it 59 on a 59-date numerology on his 59th day of his age. And again, and then it's on the anniversary of the song he sampled for Gangsta's Paradise, which came from Motown, established in 59. Again, this stuff's not stopping. We've been talking about the same stuff for 9 years straight. If everyone got it, they'd stop supporting in this evil. Will would probably even stop wearing Nike and Polo. And we only, I mean,
I might be able to retire and go into the jungle like I wanted to, and live free.
There is a Freedom March every Saturday in Toronto, so.
But what's going on Freedom March? We need people out putting out knowledge and information that wakes them up. I mean, again, yeah, and these things that get publicity, they're like the events that they want people to come out for, and
it doesn't get any publicity. I can tell you that.
It's like these freedom marches. You know, I went on. I spent 4 days with the convoy. It was a beautiful moment in time, but. Again, it's and when we were at the race.
That's right wing shit though. That's right wing shit. They get some shit right, but they get some shit wrong. Like the Freedom March is okay, but that's right wing shit. We ain't right wing, dog. We're truthers.
Yeah, they're not right wing either. The Freedom March in Toronto accepts everyone.
Okay, it accepts everyone. Everyone says they accept everyone. The liberals say they accept everyone, but like, who's leading it?
There is no leader.
Well, who's organizing it?
There's
I guarantee you, spontaneous people.
A guy named Derek has a Facebook page. That's about as much leadership as there is. Everyone.
Are there any speakers? Okay, well, good. Well, well, good. And it's always good to go there, even if they are left or right wing. And this is a thing that I talked about for a long time because I've been to DC many times. I've been across this country at Black Lives Matter protests, Antifa. I've been all sorts of crazy stuff with Antifa. People throwing horse shit at me. I've been jumped by the Proud Boys. Right? After asking General Flynn a question about Q. So I've got it from both angles. And one of the things I remarked upon is, and it is good to support people because you know what? Maybe if those January 6ers were out there with the Black Lives Matter people, for there are good parts of Black Lives Matter, right? And there's good parts of every protest, right? If they're out there saying, hey, maybe stop destroying our Constitution and stop destroying our and stop killing people like crazy, maybe then those leftists would have been with them on January 6th. And maybe then it would have been peaceful. And I'll tell you what, the mainstream news wouldn't have, of course, it wouldn't have been people. There's always be like little acts of violence. But I mean, if you go to these protests and you say, hey, yeah, you know, you just go there, you support them on things that you do agree with. And then you can, once you build their friendship and trust, you can say, well, have you ever thought about it this way?
Absolutely. And there is a lot of conversation going on, and you know, me being me, I don't agree with anyone. So you know, people there at the Freedom Marches are more apt to defend their position than the average person that I speak to on the street. You know, like if I talk to someone and I just give devil's advocate. That's it. I don't want to hear any more. This conversation's over. That's how it is here in Toronto for most of the people that I talk to. But at the Freedom March, it's a little different. They'll sit and listen and give their piece, and so it seems like, yeah, it really is a forum for discussion as much as it is a protest as well.
Well, I mean, that sounds good. And if it's a small local thing and one guy trying to champion it, I respect that. I thought at first when you brought it up as something they like promote in the paper and the news, but
yeah, no mainstream coverage at all.
Yeah, they have
like all the freedom stuff here in Canada. James Pop has never been on.
Oh, they have that here in Rochester. I hang out with the nurses, and I go to some of their things sometimes. I've hung out with some local activists here doing work. I've been to school board meetings and see the shit going on here locally, and the news never comes out. The local news never covers that shit. All these nurses getting fired and shit out there protesting every day. News would come out, they would just air a little bit, but I mean it is. It's a crazy.
They'll find one person with a criminal record and label them a white supremacist.
Yeah, they do that.
If they're native or whatever. At least that's the way it is here.
Yeah.
And John Bryan in the chat says nothing about BLM is good when it's funded by Nazis and Marxists. And I would disagree because we've had qualified immunity abolished in a few places, and we have had the lessening of police in a lot of places. So that is a good thing that
person who just said that to you, it's an absolute statement. Pretty much anytime you make an absolute statement, you're automatically going to lose the argument because you've set yourself up for instant failure, because all things are good and bad. You can't bait people into an evil movement if there's nothing good in there. Everything that entices us pretty much to do the wrong thing in this world, we were baited into it for something that we saw a good in it, and then we got manipulated. I mean,
right.
Things are.
Right. They're here locally. I was out there at the BLM protest, and there is good. These people do believe in what they're doing, but is there agenda mixed in there? Absolutely.
And again, keep in mind that these aren't. A lot of people think, oh, Antifa's the enemy, Proud Boys the enemy, Black Lives Matter the enemy. Well, you know what? Even like I said, maybe they're not out there protesting 9/11, but they believe in a cause so wholeheartedly, even if it's maybe wrong, that they're out there taking their time to express how they feel. Now, as annoying as some of these protesters may be, those people still could be at home playing video games. They could still be doing something. So those are like they're easier converts for us because you know what? You could say a lot of shit about somebody, but hey, at least they're fucking out there.
Here, let me tell you exactly how it is with dealing with Antifa and Black Lives Matter. The day I got bear sprayed in the face by Antifa, things were going relatively well. I went out there to give out free copies of my book. They were in the national news because they had PALs shut down because of their protest to Andy No's book. And I could tell one person in the Antifa crowd who for sure was not part of the federal operation that it overall is. And who knows how many people are sucked in, but he was young and he was listening and he was asking good questions. And then one of the person who ended up bear spraying me started, screaming that I need to put a mask on and shut up. And but again, you just said there are people in that group who can be reached. Yes, there are, but there's something really wrong with it. It's just like I got the Seattle cop to admit on camera that.
Well, I mean, it's a deeper aspect to that too. I mean, a lot of people don't want to understand the reality we're in, but these people are under sorcery and magic. I've seen them doing rituals. I understand the rituals. I see them doing the chants. I see them burning the stage. These people are under heavy mind control. I've watched police officers sit there with a blank stare in their face, get spit in the face, and not do anything. I'm like, this shit isn't normal. I've literally been out there watching this shit, man.
I couldn't do that.
The weird ass energy. These motherfuckers, I would leave there and I would be literally drained because it's some type of energy that is out here that they're using. Even the leaders of BLM, which is LGBT, have admitted to witchcraft, sorcery. So these people do these things. They are on these things. In Buffalo, when we were in Buffalo, the one lady was doing some weird ass fucking ritual there before the church people came. I don't know if you saw that, Zach.
Same you remember? New York, before we went to the bookstore, that girl that came up and started messing with the youngest person there.
Yeah. So I mean, I'm talking about in Buffalo. the woman in white was doing some type of, I don't know. And then BLM, they had the BLM signs there. You know, it's on your stream, I'm pretty sure. But I mean, this shit is real. These people do this stuff. You know, and Antifa does not mix with BLM. I've sat there, recorded it. They barely talk. They don't even talk to each other, and they're in groups. And I honestly think that Antifa are white supremacist Nazis, and they see this as opportunity to be that in front of there and make, and at the same time make black folks look bad. I mean, it's just my opinion, but I see it. You know, I seen their honeycomb hideout here in the BLM protest. It's all white folks. All right, and not to put race in it, but it is what it is.
It's true. Most of the BLM protests are a bunch of white kids.
Yeah. So yeah. I mean,
but here again, I want to remind people what happened to me at Pals, because you had probably a group of like 15 to 20 Antifa there on the corner. And when we first got there, there were two Black Lives Matter protesters in the group, a guy and a younger girl. And, you know, the guy was good size. He's probably about 6'3", 6'4", strong guy. And him and I were joking around because he was making fun of my jeans and saying my jeans were out of fashion. And he's the same, if you've seen the video where all this happened, he's the same guy that brought his boxing gloves. But so who showed up on the scene was another Black Lives Matter protester. And right when he showed up, one of the people who came out to pound pavement with us, who just happened to be the tallest person in the group, so maybe the most identifiable, Antifa started screaming that he called the Black Lives Matter protesters the N-word, right? And he didn't say anything like that. I was just talking to him, and Antifa was kind of heckling him, and he was like, oh, man, we just came here to share knowledge with you guys and free books and talk about things. But then the guy who just shown up for Black Lives Matter, who was like a defensive end, he's also 6'3", 6'4", probably weighed close to 300 pounds, big guy. He immediately goes in to attack the big tall guy, and I stood between him and tried to get him to calm down, but it was also coordinated. Again, all this stuff happened between Antifa and Black Lives Matter right after this guy showed up, who was the fighter and the mauler. And again, just a total setup, just all of a sudden accusing this guy like a mob mentality. He said this word, and he didn't say it. And I could tell that I got the big guy who was like a defensive end to stop and think for a second, but then he was like, get out of my way, I'm going to beat your ass with a knee, throwing me out of the way. But then they jumped in on the big guy, and then I tried to go in again. Anyway, the whole scene was a mess, but it was such a scene. And then Andy No, his film team was recording the whole thing across the street. And again, it was a national news story about Andy No's book being protested at the Pals. And I said, what I'm going to go down there and do? I'm going to go educate them about this knowledge, how they can see how they're being.
I remember that, and I believe that it was a setup. And
it was a setup, but that's what I'm saying. You can see that they work together too. Some of these Black Lives Matter protesters and Antifa, they're like agents.
Oh yeah, they work hand in hand. I mean, they set the diversions off.
And Andy No's publicizing his book while I'm still blinded out on poor. I couldn't see for like over an hour. And this guy's already got a video up saying a fight broke out over his book. It's like, man, fuck this guy.
He probably, hand in hand with him. A lot of people say that he is part of it.
Educate about how Antifa and Andy No lined up perfect for the day. That was the big national news story. So that's exactly what I showed him, how you guys are all being used by the same thing. So that's why I got bear sprayed in the face. That's why they set up that thing to make all that happen, man. Because we are there converting like at least the one young guy who was really into it. So
I will say there's been some alleged Antifa attacks on the Toronto Freedom Marches as well.
Yeah, oh yeah.
I didn't witness it myself.
Where the Antifa tried to infiltrate. Antifa tried to infiltrate the trucker convoy. They tried to infiltrate there. Easily weeded out and spotted out. But yeah, I mean, this is what they do, man. I mean, it's
keep in mind too.
Real.
Always, we're talking about Antifa, and a lot of people go crazy about Antifa and Black Lives Matter and all the destruction they've caused. But their protests have only caused like maybe less than 5 deaths, whereas the police kill anywhere from 3 to 7 people every single day. They kill the Constitution.
They've created a lot of misery and violence and destruction. So I mean, they're a horrible group that deserves to be exterminated. Like here's the difference between Will and I. To me, it would have been fair after what happened to me to roll up on Antifa and lay him out with the assault rifles, and that would have been a legit thing that's 100% correct in the world that just made the world a better place. And that's where my mentality comes from. And people can disagree with that all they want, but I think the reason we're in such a shitty place is because there is no physical accountability. And I always say there's a reason the creator made it so.
Uh-oh. We there still?
If you totally disagree, but that is my mentality, and I think there's a lot of truth to it. So
I mean, for me, yeah, in a world where, you know, hey, yeah, that's high prop, but we got to look at where we're at. You know, it's nothing we could really. I mean, we'll take ourselves out of the game. It's just that's all the. I mean, we all probably would feel like that. Would, you know? There's things I would wish about psychopaths in power that would happen, but in reality, is, you know, we got to look at, you know, the situation we're in. We can't do that. You know.
In the Wild West, people check themselves. I'll just leave it with that closing message. All right, guys.
Yeah,
Thanks
that
for
was
the stream. Appreciate it.
all right. Yep.
Peace, Zach.
So, yeah, this was a longer stream than I intended to be. Probably the longest one I've ever did, and it's on 4/14, which is shout out to the Aries birthday. That's 4/14. That's my birthday. So,
Yep.
But I appreciate you, Will, and citizens. And it's better, you know, people understand who you are and your position. I mean, you know, now going forward, you know, because, you know, that's what we got to get an understanding, you know.
Thanks,
So,
yeah, right, for having me on. Thanks to Zach and Will. It's cool talking to you, Will, after, you know, watching your channel for so many years, even the first channel. So,
Oh, thank you. I appreciate that.
you know, it's up there
Now
with
we're all-
interviewing Blind Justice and being on Adam Kokesh, Adam versus the Man. So,
Oh my God.
we're all linked together in some way, you know. Energy wise, we're all linked up somehow. I don't know how, but somehow. But yeah. We still there?
Yeah, I'm
yeah,
here.
we're here.
Oh, all right. Yeah, so
And again, you know, I have a differing opinion than people.
we all
and
got it. This is what we're supposed to
rooted-
have.
I hope
This-
it's
this-
rooted
this
in
is-
truth as
this
much as
is
it
life.
can be.
This is life. We're all supposed to have different thoughts, views, and opinions. That's the beauty of being free and in this universe, because we're all in one verse in a unit, you know, and that's what we are. So we're not supposed to have the same, but common ground, understanding, love, and that's what it is, you know.
And I would love to know how many ciphers.
Oh man, you
Zach's
had
drawing
a
from.
couple hours.
I know. I asked, but there's more important things to talk about, I guess.
Yep. All right. Well, I'm gonna get up off here.
Bye, guys.
Peace.
And it's much appreciated, Will. Thanks for sharing all your you know, sharing your energy, your heart with us, and you know, always beautiful. Can't wait to the next one.
Talk to you soon.
We got to set up the round table. So, everybody dropped off. All right, guys, I'm off here. This is way longer than I wanted to go, but I'm gonna end it with this. This is how I started it, guys. Is stay clear of, you know, them dudes, Paul Unslaved, and you know, Brian, because that's what they're looking for. They're looking for energy, you know, whether good or bad. They're looking for it. You know, they're harvesting, and yeah. So definitely was dope. Thanks, Sean Zander. I know I saw your comment. Yeah, just don't even bother. They're waiting. They're like sharks in the water. You know, they're waiting. You know, they won't come. They won't come over this way. They'll stay in their realms. You know, they'll stay in their realms. I mean, because they can control their platform and they have their people, so they'll just stay over there. They wouldn't. You know, we can go on any damn thing. We don't care. You know, and that says even more. You know, we'll go on anything. We don't give a shit. But yeah, so can only come where invited. Yep. What was the question? How many ciphers? Yeah, they are definitely vampires, and like I said, you know, it'll grow old. You know, that satire. He knows what he's doing. You'll see him switch a game up, try to talk more, you know, more serious. You'll switch it up. You know, maybe you'll probably see this video. He'll switch it up. You know, because you can only be like that so long. I mean, it's like, wow, this is, you know, what's being pushed. you know, entertainment, man. You know, the new reality. So, you know. But peace and love, guys. I'm out of here. Oh, you know. Oh, wait. What am I thinking? I gotta end with a song. So, gotta end with a beat. So, this isn't Purple Beats. It's just a beat. So, we'll rock out with this beat and put this up here. Phone's always dying. Library, boom. If anybody's in Florida, a lot of damage in Florida. Hope you are, hope you're, why it's not coming up, but. I don't know why it ain't coming up. I hope y'all safe, and yeah, so but yeah, get off here with a beat. It's hot in here. But yeah, hope you guys are safe. A lot of damage. You know, it's going to be ripping up to Georgia. It's going to be ripping up to Georgia, Carolinas, Virginia. So just be careful, be safe, and yeah.
Fashion is getting a makeover on YouTube Shorts.
Josh.